recordings if possible. That would be really, really helpful because, we need to make sure that we are really, really good with VCE, right? Because God knows when we're going to give the exam, right?
Number, I have a
So
question.
That's for sure. I mean, recording is going on though. Okay.
Number, I
that'd be
have a
great.
question.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
For the SCSI two server, as my understanding, we have SCSI server. How we can log in and work inside? Because as you mentioned before, we usually log in through the workstation, 2016 or Windows 10. Put on the browser the IP address, but we can do something directly, go inside and work on that one or no?
iSCSI. iSCSI is a storage. Human, I would leave that question till the storage chapter. I mean, there will be better understanding because in vSphere, in this training, we are going to touch the storage in more depth as compared to what we did in 740 or 741. Okay. So I'll park that question for that chapter. Is that okay for you?
Sure. But
okay.
General, we can log into those servers?
Normally iSCSI we don't, because there are special storage admins, there are special storage there are special storage certified people. They manage all of the storage, but we being a cloud admin, we should have a good understanding of what they are doing in their environment. So we won't be configuring the storage, but we should have a very good understanding what is iSCSI, how do you connect them, how do you troubleshoot them if required, but most of the time it is not our responsibility.
And number, those slides we have, you're going to share with us too?
Which slides?
This slide you right now present.
This one? Yes,
yeah,
yes, for sure. Yeah. Okay, what do I need to do? I need a whiteboard. Okay, just a second. I'm just setting that up quickly and okay, so guys, so today what we are about to learn, let's quickly go through the slides. So today we need to understand vCenter. I mean, before vCenter, we all know that we have two servers, and in your lab, guys, please start the Windows server and also start ESXi host. And also I need your attention for this training. So introduction to VMware vCenter. So first of all, what is a vCenter? Guys, vCenter in general, in general is a management software. It's a management application. It is used to manage. It is used to manage 2 or 3 or 4 ESXi hosts from one console. So here, let's say if I have only one ESXi host, so this is my one ESXi host, and that one ESXi host will be having some VMs here. So VM number 1, VM number 2, VM number 3, VM number 4. And so if you need to manage them, we all know that we need to manage this from outside ESXi host. You cannot directly manage VMs here. Either you will be installing a Windows server. So in our case, we have Server 2016. You can have any type of Windows operating system, even Windows 10. You can connect from Windows 10 from here to ESXi host, and we all know how do we connect to ESXi host. ESXi host has an IP address. You will go into a browser, and the browser that we are using to manage, you can use IE browser, you can use Chrome, you can also use Firefox. You can also use Edge as well. So these are the different browsers where we connect to manage this one ESXi host. And how do you connect? We will go for HTTP and then // and IP address of this ESXi host. Right? So this is how we connect and start managing this ESXi host. And what do you do to manage the ESXi host? You can add more storage to this. You can start creating virtual machines in this. So everything will be done from this one console. So what if you have a second ESXi host? If you have a second ESXi host, guys, today what are we understanding? We are trying to understand vCenter, guys, and vCenter is a very, very important part. You must become an expert of handling vCenter. So if you are an expert handling in vCenter, this you can say that you are expert, you're 50% expert in VCP or with this certification, because everything, or maybe 60 or 70%, 60 or 70% of your work as VMware admin will be on the vCenter. So you must understand that right from A to Z, right from the depth, from top to bottom, we must understand vCenter. So we are trying to understand vCenter, and so first off, we are trying to understand what is the importance of vCenter. So if you don't have a vCenter, then we need to manage all these ESXi hosts separately. I will manage this ESXi host from this browser, then I will open another browser, and then I will connect to this ESXi host and manage it. And if I have another ESXi host, then I will open another browser and then manage this ESXi host. So these are three different browsers where you are connecting from and managing ESXi host. This is one issue. Secondly, now since you have these three different hosts here, how can you provide high availability? High availability in a sense, if this ESXi host goes down, then what happens to the VMs that are sitting on this ESXi host? So there is no mechanism without vCenter that you can move these VMs to all these VMs to the other ESXi host. So vCenter provides that feature in which you can move running ESXi host, running VMs from one ESXi host to another ESXi host. So for example, if you have two ESXi hosts, how good it is, I mean, the best approach would be that there is a VM running already on this ESXi host, and as soon as CPU goes up on this ESXi host, so let's say this is ESXi host 1 and this is ESXi host 2, this is ESXi host 2, and as soon as CPU is going up, and when the CPU goes up, there is a chance for, I mean, if the CPU goes up to 80% and stays on 80% for a longer period of time, there will be a chance of this ESXi host going down. If this ESXi host crashes or goes down for any reason, guys, these important VMs will be down with this. So last week we learned that since these VMs are made up of the same CPU, these VMs are not made up of a CPU outside the server. They are made up of the same CPU. If this CPU is dead, which will be dead because the ESXi server is down, so VMs will be dead as well. So at that point, people started thinking of, essentially VMware started thinking of, is there a way where we can move these VMs automatically in case if this goes down, or in case if this is busy, the CPU is sitting at 80%, so automatically move VMs from here to here. So that feature is with the vCenter. With vCenter, it automatically detects that if there is anything going wrong with the ESXi host, it will start moving that on other ESXi hosts. So some VMs will be moved onto this ESXi host, some VM will be moved automatically to the other ESXi host, and this basically avoids any crashes of ESXi host. So features like this, so from this slide, we learned two things. Number one is that it is difficult to manage each and every ESXi host separately. So separately, you'll have to just connect to each ESXi host, then you will configure networking on this one, then storage on this one, then start making VMs on this one. And then in order to monitor, you will have to move between these three browsers. So you will come to this browser and see that how this ESXi host is doing. You need to go to the other browser and see that how this ESXi host is doing. So there is no central management. So guys, this is where vCenter comes in. vCenter sits at the top, and vCenter is basically from vCenter, we connect to a vCenter. Instead of connecting to each browser, we connect to a vCenter, and from vCenter, we manage all these ESXi hosts. So first of all, vCenter provides central management. So it provides central management, number one. And number two, it also provides, many high availability features as well. So it provides high availability features. So guys, here I'm just going through basic high level understanding of vCenter. So first off, from this slide, from the start of this chapter, I want you to have that concept that VMware provides, vCenter provides central management. So you can now remember from the word center. Center means that it is a center of all your activities in ESXi environment.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So each vCenter, how many servers they can afford, ESXi host can afford, or what's the capacity?
Yes, so for each vCenter, how many ESXi hosts you can manage, right? So each vCenter can manage up to, it is based on, it can, so minimum, each vCenter can manage anywhere to 1,000 ESXi host. So 1,000 ESXi host, and each ESXi host can have 1,000 VMs. So which means that vCenter can manage 1,000 ESXi host and 10,000 VMs.
So, sir,
Okay.
that means, sorry. So that means it's a remote management from like a prime server, right?
It's a remote management central administration tool. Yes.
Oh,
So
Okay.
this ESXi host, it's similar like a failover cluster, is it?
No, failover cluster is different. Failover cluster is different. A ESXi host is just a normal server with lots of VMs inside.
But sir, he is also that is also providing availability. Like if first one is down or some having problem, so automatically it's convert to ESXi second.
Yes. Yes. So now we can say that we can have that kind of high availability in ESXi host. Yes. So let me change your question. That can we have a failover cluster type of protection in ESXi host? Yes, we can have it. We can have the failover cluster type of scenario with ESXi host as well.
Right, sir.
Okay. Excellent. So, so guys here, yes. So, I mean, to the very minimum, each vCenter can have 1,000 ESXi hosts, and each vCenter can manage 10,000 VMs. But then with a better CPU, it can goes up, and there is a table that I can share with you later on. So first of all, from this slide, I want you to remember everyone that vCenter is a center of all the activities. So far, we have seen ESXi host. So far, we have seen Windows Server. From Windows Server, we can manage each ESXi host. From vCenter, we can manage all the ESXi environment. So here, in today's lecture, what we will be covering what is the vCenter, what is vCenter server, the type of vCenter, features of vCenter, vCenter as an appliance, database that will be used for vCenter, components of vCenter, and different services used for PSE, vCenter, and different type of deployments we are going to learn in this chapter. So first of all, what is a vCenter? vCenter, just like we understood now, and that is central. It centralizes management of complete virtual environment. So from one console, you can manage all of the ESXi hosts. So number one, it centralizes management to your complete virtual environment. Number two, it manages ESXi host. It can manage VMs. It can manage data stores. It can manage virtual environment. How do you define data store, Naveed, in ESXi environment? What is data store in VMware?
So data store are basically disk drives which we configure in the Microsoft servers. But here in the ESXi, the terminology is data stores, and these are basically disk storages in particular.
Excelente. Perfect. Good remembering. So yes, data store is another name for the disk in VMware, and normally we in computers we call it a disk. In ESXi host, this is known as storage. So vCenter can manage ESXi host, it can manage VM, it can manage data store, it can manage virtual network templates, clones, snapshots, alarms, and events, and it provides better health check and quick provisioning, and also integrates with other VMware vSphere products as well. So for now, keep on remembering, keep on making this picture better and better, stronger. It will let it go into your stronger memory, maybe in your notes. Maybe in your notes, if you have to write vCenter as a central tool in ESXi environment 100 times, maybe make a diagram, make a picture, and make a circle in the middle, and then saying that this is a vCenter, and here these are all ESXi hosts and their storage, their VMs. Guys, however you can remember, I want this to be stored in your photo memory. Okay, so vCenter is that server, and secondly, so anyone has any question? Okay, so if no question, please mute your mic. We're getting some background noise here, but so whenever you have a question, you can unmute your mic anytime.
Sir, could you please go back to the last slide, please?
Yes.
For a moment.
My question is, vCenter is deployed on a separate machine other than the one ESXi is installed, or it is installed in the same
Yes,
server?
I'll go through that phase. Then it will. So there are few different types of deployments. There are few different type of deployment. I'm going to go through that in a moment. Okay, Wasim, what was your question?
No, sir, no question. I was just writing these 4 steps.
Okay, okay. So Faz, I will go through this. What type of deployment? How do you install vCenter? And I'll go through that. So I'll park that question for a moment. So everyone, vCenter is a center of all. It controls all ESXi hosts. And by this point, guys, remember that ESXi host is that ship that we need to protect. Why am I calling this a ship? Why? Because guys, ESXi host is basically a server that has many VMs inside. So these VMs inside, they're making revenue for your organization. I mean, there might be VMs that are web servers for eBay, eBay.com. I'm 100% sure eBay also uses VMware, because VMware is basically a virtualization technology. All the clouds are using VMware in the backend. VMware ESXi environment or Hyper-V environment, or maybe Zen server environment, but most of them are using Microsoft Hyper-V and VMware, which is ESXi environment. So the point here is ESXi, consider ESXi.
Sir,
yes, please go ahead.
Sir, I have a question. What does it mean by alarms?
Yes, alarms means, so we will go through that as well. Alarm means just an alert, just an alert. So from vCenter, we can set up an alarm, let's say as soon as so what is an alarm in real life? You need to wake up at 6. You would say, oh, I set up an alarm at 6 a.m. and at 6 a.m. you will start hearing that sound, and that is known as alarm in the real life. And we all know that. So alarm on ESXi host or on a vCenter server is just that as soon as you're saying that as soon as the CPU reaches 70% and it stays there for, let's say, 15 minutes. So then raise an alarm and send it to the admin. So an email will come to you as an admin saying that your server is sitting at 70%, you must do something about that. So that is known as an alarm. We can set that in vCenter. Okay.
Okay, sir, I'm good. Thanks.
Sir,
okay. Yes.
Sir, a question. For example, if there is any kind of update available, right?
Right.
In that situation, the alert or the alarm will come up. So is that what we call alarm?
Yes, alarm is any, so in case of crashes, in case of any breaching, any threshold, so there will be an alarm. It's exactly like the lights that we have on our car dashboard. So you will have a red light, a yellow light, right? So whenever there is something alarming in the car, it will show. So that's called an alarm. Okay, and we can set alarms in. Once we install vCenter, I'll show you where it is set. But for now, just remember, alarm is, we can set up alarm as, on vCenter, even on ESXi host as well. Okay. So types of vCenter, guys. vCenter came in 2 different types: a Windows-based vCenter and a virtual and appliance-based vCenter. So Windows-based vCenter. So vCenter, first of all, now that we understand what is a vCenter, vCenter is basically a server vCenter is a server that can manage many ESXi hosts at the same time. So if I have 3 ESXi hosts, I can install a vCenter server, and then I will start managing these ESXi hosts from one console. Okay, so this is exactly the same control panel that traffic police uses to monitor the cameras around the city. I mean, they cannot just look at one camera and each camera at a time. They have a complete control room where they can see everything. Same goes for the airlines, air traffic control. They have one huge big room where they can see all of the traffic. So vCenter is that type of a console where you can see your complete ESXi environment and you manage that. Now, vCenter installation can be of 2 types. How many types? 2 types, guys. One type is known as Windows-based, and the second type is known as appliance-based. So now we are talking about that how do we install vCenter? So it can be installed in 2 different ways. Guys, one way is that I will install a brand new server, a Windows server. So first of all, so this is one way of installation. I will install a Windows server, which can be Server 2012. It can be Server 2016. It can be to even 2008 as well, 2008 R2. So we can have all these types of Windows Server, and inside the Windows Server, we can install vCenter. So inside this server, I can install a vCenter. So this is one way of installing vCenter. So this is known as Windows-based installation. I need to install a server first, and then in the server, I will install a VC. So I will call vCenter now VC, and in environments, in real environment, it is also known as VC. Have you worked on a VC? What is your experience about the VC? VC simply means that they are referring to vCenter. So this is one way of installation. Guys, the second way of installing the same server, vCenter server, is as part of the ESXi, as part of a VM. So which is known as appliance-based installation. So in this case, we don't need to install a Windows server, and inside a Windows server, we don't need to install that. What happens is with the appliance-based vCenter, it can be installed inside ESXi host as a VM. So this is my ESXi host. This is my ESXi host, and inside the ESXi host, we all know that we can create VMs inside. So with appliance-based vCenter, this can be installed as a VM inside. So what is the difference between this way and this way? Guys, in this way, in Windows-based installation, you need a separate server for this. So just like we need to get a separate server, and we will install Windows in this. So let's say 2016, and then inside Windows Server, we will install vCenter inside that server. So with the Windows-based installation, you will have to buy a dedicated server and then install vCenter. With the appliance-based vCenter, you don't need to buy a dedicated server. It can be installed just like a VM inside ESXi host. So now what are you saving? You don't have to buy a dedicated server. In this case, you can directly install vCenter directly inside as a VM. So you're saving cost of the server and cost of the licensing. Now, this way of installation might be a bit more expensive, and this is cheaper. Why is it expensive? Because first of all, you have to buy a dedicated server. So the server might be 5K. And at the same time, you will have to buy a license of Windows. So secondly, you need to buy a Windows license in this, which will be maybe if you're buying a standard version, it might be, remember that the cost of the standard version of was $999,000 for the standard version, and the enterprise version was anywhere from $2,500 to $3,500. Sorry, the data center version. And data center version was this. So here with the Windows-based vCenter, you'll have to buy the server, you'll have to buy Windows license, and then on top, you need to buy a vCenter license as well. So you do have to buy $5,000 worth of vCenter license. But guys, in this case, you don't have to buy a special server. You don't have to buy a Windows license. vCenter can be directly deployed inside ESXi host, your existing ESXi host. So in this case, you will only have to pay for the VC license, which is $5,000. Okay. Now, Guys, why? I mean, if we have this much of saving, why do we have this type of? Why do we have Windows-based option in installing vCenter? So, guys, before I can show you, before I can discuss the difference between vCenter, guys, I need your attention. I need your attention, guys. This is a very important concept. I mean, you might remember these things right in your interview, right from this lecture. So, for that reason, I want you to take notes here. I want you to write whatever you can write about this lecture and about this discussion here. And also, if there are questions, if you have a question, please do ask a question, guys, because when you ask a question, your memory becomes more stronger. So, Naveed, go ahead, ask a question.
Thank you, sir. Number one is on the left-hand side, you mentioned that a dedicated server is required, and then you can install a vCenter in a Windows-based server, right?
Yes.
Okay, but in the ESXi host or the appliance based, you can install that vConsole in that
vCenter.
ESXi host. vCenter, yeah. So my question to you is, suppose that we configured 3 ESXi, like 3 virtual machines, and then like we plan to let's have a vCenter here. So can we do that after, or that vCenter has to be configured before?
No, it can be after or before. So vCenter can be installed anytime. So there is no sequence to this. I mean, your company to start with, your company can be, guys, the question is there a sequence to install virtual machine and vCenter first or after? So guys, answer to this is no sequence. Whenever your company can buy and afford vCenter, they can get a vCenter.
Yeah, sir. My second question is that vCenter, like these machines installed inside the vCenter or outside of the vCenter?
So the virtual machines?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, virtual machines will be installed in ESXi host. So okay, so this will be something like this. So your ESXi host is ESXi host is the server where you have your VM. So I installed server 2012 on this, and I also installed another VM 2016 on this. I also installed, let's say, a complete failover cluster in this. So this is like, let's say, a Linux server as well on this. So ESXi host is the host server. It has many VMs inside, and your company at this point, there is no requirement for vCenter in the beginning. So your company is just testing that out. But later on, your company had they expanded their infrastructure. So once they expanded their infrastructure, now they have not only just 3 VMs, they have 10 ESXi hosts, and in each ESXi host they have 20 VMs inside. So now they have decided that they should go for some central application that can manage their complete environment instead of managing all ESXi hosts. So guys, at that point, they can decide between should they go for Windows-based vCenter, should they go for appliance-based vCenter. In both cases, it will be a vCenter. It will be a central console that can manage this environment. Now, the question of that if the vCenter is sitting on this ESXi host, can this vCenter still be able to manage this ESXi host? Yes, it can. So it doesn't matter if it is sitting as a VM or if it is sitting as a separate server, this vCenter will be able to manage the complete ESXi environment in both cases.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, before that, there was a question from Faz, and I'll take your
No,
question.
okay.
Okay, Faz, what's your question?
Sir, you have already answered my question because
Okay.
there was a confusion whether the vCenter has to be separately from that ESXi machine or not.
Yes, it can sit. Yes, and you may ask a question.
Yeah, sir, my question is, in real world, which one is more reliable? And my second, which one is more secure?
Okay, very good. Very good.
Yeah.
So guys, so I'm going to go there, I mean, in the next slide, but here, let's understand there are two options, and I'm going to quickly park that, and I'm going to answer your question. So guys, here, let's look at this. So first of all, there are two ways vCenter can be installed. It can be Windows-based, it can be appliance-based. And Windows-based vCenter, you will require more, you will require more, there is a more cost to this, and then it is and it will be sitting outside the ESXi environment, and it can manage vCenter, and now vCenter can be inside. So first of all, a little bit history on this, guys. Before so we know that how many versions were there. There was 3.x of VCP, then 4.x, then 5, version 5. And guys, from version 5, they first time introduced the appliance-based vCenter. Before version 5, the vCenter was only of this type. Before that, there was no option of having vCenter sitting as a VM inside ESXi host. Because guys, they realized based on the customer experience and feedback, they realized, there is a more cost for Windows license, and there is more cost for physical license for the vCenter. There should be something where you don't have to buy a physical environment. You already have a ESXi host. Why can't you just install vCenter inside as a VM so that you don't have to pay for Windows license and the physical server? So guys, this is what led to the discovery of VCSA. VCSA is known as vCenter Server Appliance. So this is known as vCenter Server Appliance, and it was first time introduced in version 5, then it continued in version 5.1, then 5.2, 5.5. It is now available in 6, 6.5, and 7. So going into 7. But guys, the big difference between at this point, when the first time VCSA was introduced in version 5, at that point, it was not, this appliance was not as strong as this Windows-based appliance. Guys, this Windows-based appliance had all of the features, all of the bells and whistles that vCenter should have. At that point in version 5, it had, so this was a better version to install. So if somebody would have asked me at that point in version 5 that which vCenter is better, I used to say, just go for Windows based, and even VMware used to say this is the best way of going for vCenter. But then with version 5.1, they improved VCSA, which is appliance-based vCenter. They further improved in 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7. And guys, with 6, now this version is not even available. So Windows-based vCenter after version 6, here the only option we can have a vCenter is VCSA. There is no Windows-based vCenter after version 5, but before version 5, after version 6.5, and before version 6.5, in version 6, we have both options. So if you are installing ESXi version 6, remember that we are working on version 6.7. But before version 6, there were both type of vCenters were available and are available, because many of the companies are still sitting on 6 and 5.5. Some companies, and they are upgrading to 6.7, or they might be going for 7. Actually, companies won't be going for 7. Many companies will be going for 6.7 because 7 is still new. The the idea behind upgrade is that all of the companies, they only upgrade to a very stable version. Companies don't upgrade to the latest version. The latest version is kept there for 1 year, and all of the large companies, they will sit on the previous version and they will jump to a next version. So at this point, company might be moving to 6.7. So guys, the important thing to understand is that vCenter, Windows-based vCenter was removed after version 6. Now in 6.5 and 6.7, the only way of installing vCenter is VCSA. So the one that we will be installing, it will be VCSA, which means that as soon as we install vCenter, it will become a VM in one of our ESXi hosts. So that is one version. So then now your question might be, then why we are learning, why do we need to know Windows-based vCenter? Because guys, once you go into this environment, you might see a Windows-based vCenter as well. So don't be surprised at that point saying that, vCenter is installed on Windows Server. It is fine. Yes, it can be installed installed on Windows Server. It is there till version 6 and 6.5 and 6.7. Now, so today the vCenter we will be installing, it will be all VCSA based. It will be called a vCenter server appliance. So you need to remember that it is a vCenter server appliance. Your next question is that how different this VCSA is from Windows based vCenter. Guys, at this point in version 6.5, they are both exactly the same. They are both exactly the same. So this is why they removed the Windows based vCenter, because now this VCSA is as strong as a Windows based vCenter. So there is no difference. The way you manage this VCSA is exactly the same way you manage Windows based vCenter. So which you can say that you are learning both of them. So we will be installing VCSA in our environment because this is the only option that is available. And the big difference, always remember save that in your photo memory, guys. Save it in your photo memory. That
Sorry for cutting into.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Is it possible you just drag the original pictures of kind of VMs and servers, so it will be better understanding, instead of making it. So in this way, I think it will be easier for everyone to understand. You know what I mean, right?
Yes, I understand. You're
So
saying
in
that
that way,
I need to have a server.
Our memory, it will definitely fit in our memory rather than because this one looks like similar everything, right?
Yes.
So
So Alamgir, look at this picture. Look at this picture. So are you looking at this picture? So here we have 3 ESXi hosts, and on
yeah,
each ESXi host there are 4 VMs on this.
yeah,
Okay. So and the vCenter is sitting right here. So I mean,
yeah. You
okay.
can compare this this one will be better for everyone because it's a little dry subject, to be very honest. So maybe that this will help definitely uh, to easy understand, for everyone. I know,
I get it. I get it. Sure. So here, I mean, uh, so one thing that I can tell you guys, vCenter is not an easy, easy technology to understand. Okay. So yes, I will try to bring in more and more pictures here. But the important thing is the concept that how do you understand, how do you draw on your own page? How do you draw on, I want you to draw it on your own page here. Okay, but the picture will be exactly like this, Alamgir. Look at this picture. It will also become exactly the same thing. But yes, in the next lecture, I will try to bring, actually I will draw it on the whiteboard. Yes, I think that will give you a better understanding. Okay.
yeah.
So guys, here 2 ways we can install vCenter. One way is Windows-based vCenter. The second way is the appliance-based vCenter. I'm spending time on this slide because I want you to understand vCenter can be installed in 2 ways. So now the baseline of this, the summary of this discussion is that VCSA will be installed inside ESXi host, whereas Windows-based used to be a separate server. On that server, you can install that server, then install vCenter inside. Here also you need to remember that Windows-based vCenter was expensive, and VCSA is now a cheaper solution. It's still over $5,000 in licenses, but you don't have to buy a physical server, you don't have to buy a Windows license, and you can directly install VC inside ESXi host. Okay. So now let's look at this in our real environment. So guys, everybody log into ESXi host. So if you can log into ESXi host and connected to ESXi host, just let me know in the chat window. Okay, Human is logged in. And what about others? Everyone logged in? So I'm going to start my Windows server.
Sir, I sent a picture on the WhatsApp. just to clear my understanding.
Right. Okay. Just a second. I'll look at your picture. Okay, so this is vCenter, and then you have ESXi host, and exactly, yeah, this is what vCenter is. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
that's good. Okay, so on one of my ESXi hosts, guys, it is giving me this error message saying operation inconsistent with current state. So sometimes your ESXi host won't start, and it doesn't happen all the time. But this means that this VM that I'm working on, which is ESXi, this VM is having some startup issues. So in order to fix that, what I need to do, I need to delete the temporary folder in this file. So I will go into this location, which is C drive, user, my folder, virtual machine, and ESXi. I need to go into this folder location. So in this case, I'm gonna open a file server. So this is my virtual machine right here. So the one that is having an issue is this one. So what I will do in this case, I will try to delete this folder. So the one with LCK. So the one with LCK, this should fix it. Let's see if it can fix that.
Okay, sir, like in the real environment, if you're having this kind of a state error, then are we allowed to remove or to delete that LCK file from its respective folder?
Yes, in real environment, you won't get this error message because this is only VMware workstation error message. In real environment, you're working with real ESXi host. And on ESXi host, we have a lot of storage and a lot of things. So for that reason, you won't have this error message.
And second, that will be the licensed one. So that is why. That is the other reason.
What is the other reason? Sorry.
The second is like that will be the licensed application.
Yes. No. Actually, this one, the one that we are using is also a licensed application. I mean, the one that we are using, ESXi, it is evaluation version, but it has all the features.
Okay.
Okay. So here, I'm just trying to start. Otherwise, I'll just, because yesterday I was making this lab and I had this, my C drive was full. So I had to delete some files. Probably I might have deleted something from this VM as well. Okay, so this one is not working because I think I deleted some files from this VM. Okay, so I'll work with the other one. My Windows server is right here. So this is the Windows server, and this is my ESXi host. And by this, so I won't be able to log into this server because this server is gone. This was 60. But I'm going to log into this other server. Okay, so guys, so while this environment is starting up, vCenter is of two types, Windows-based vCenter and appliance-based vCenter. Appliance-based vCenter is cheaper and Windows-based vCenter is expensive. Appliance-based vCenter is basically a vCenter that can be installed inside a ESXi host, just like a VM, and you can manage vCenter. So for that reason, interview question is that what is the cost saving in VCSA VCSA as compared to Windows-based vCenter. So the cost saving is you don't have to buy a separate server, you don't have to buy a Windows license, and that makes it a cheaper version. And it works exactly like a Windows-based vCenter. A Windows-based vCenter was used before version 6, and now in 6.5 and 6.7 and 7, it is only VCSA vCenter that will be used. So vCenter on Windows and versus vCenter on server-based appliance. So here you can see that now here this is another technical differences between that. What is the difference between Windows-based vCenter and appliance-based vCenter? Guys, both can host both can manage 2000 ESXi host at the same time. So Windows-based vCenter and appliance-based vCenter. And then powered on virtual machine per vCenter will be 25,000. So if all the virtual machines are powered on, if all of the virtual machines are powered on, all these virtual machines, both can have 25,000 virtual machines at the same time powered on in this vCenter. And hosts per cluster can be 64. So there can be there can be 64 ESXi hosts per cluster in this. Both of the vCenter virtual machines per cluster can be 8,000. Databases, Windows-based vCenter can use Oracle database or SQL for full scalability, whereas vCenter can use Postgres SQL. And enhanced link mode is available in both of them. So guys, with this comparison, the main point here we need to understand is that both of the vCenters are equally, now they are on equal level. When VCSA was first time introduced, they were not on the same level. They were not. So at that point, I remember that vCenter for Windows can manage 1,000 VMs, whereas vCenter can only manage 250 hosts, ESXi hosts. So there was that huge difference between VCSA and vCenter. With now version 6.7 and 7, they are both exactly the same. And this is the reason why we don't have an option for installing vCenter in Windows version, because VCSA is equally as strong as the Windows-based vCenter. Now, on this slide, there are a few things that you don't understand. It's fine. There is a chapter where we understand what is the cluster, what is the databases, what is the link mode vCenter. So later on, we will be learning that. But from this slide, we just need to remember that both type of vCenter are exactly the same. So this is why in 6.7, 6.7, there is no Windows-based vCenter. Now, features of vCenter on Windows. Features on vCenter on Windows, you can run on top of the Windows. So this is one thing. So you can run on top of the Windows. We know that Windows-based vCenter, you will have to install a Windows server. Then on that, you will have to run vCenter. Also, you will require OS license cost. You need a Windows cost as well, and separate VMware update manager, and then separate database and no high availability for vCenter. So these are the things that were in Windows-based vCenter. And in VCSA, we have all these features available. In VCSA, you do have, so there is no operating system cost, and all you need to pay is the VMware cost. And in the vCenter, in VCSA, you have a separate database. Database is embedded inside vCenter, and there is high availability available as well. Database requirement for vCenter. In Windows Server, you have internal and external database, and also in Windows-based vCenter, you have Postgres SQL database and SQL database or Oracle database, whereas VCSA, which we will be installing today, is internal or external, and it can use Postgres SQL and it can use Oracle database. Now, to understand that, why do we need a database? Guys, since vCenter, let's understand that vCenter, this is my vCenter server. Now vCenter, since it will be managing some ESXi host. So one ESXi host, second ESXi host, and third ESXi host. Guys, these are all ESXi hosts. Okay, so let me do that on the whiteboard. Maybe it might be more understandable. So I'm talking about a vCenter. So this is, first of all, our environment looks like this: 1, 2, and 3. So these are my ESXi hosts. This is ESXi host number 1. ESXi host number 1, and this is, let's say, E2, and this is E3. And in each ESXi host, there are virtual machines inside. So let's say, where is my virtual machine? Virtual machine, I can make it a smaller server. So this is this is considered as a VM. This is sitting on this server, and I think I cannot change the color of this. So these are the VMs that are sitting inside this ESXi host. So same goes for this ESXi host, and same goes for this ESXi host. Now, without a vCenter, everyone, the only way to manage these ESXi hosts is through a client machine. So from a Windows machine or from a Windows server, in both cases, we have a Windows server. We will go to Internet Explorer, and from Internet Explorer, we can connect to each ESXi host and manage them. So I'm managing.
So it means.
Yes,
Sorry.
please go ahead.
So it means that if there are 12 VMs under one ESXi, so without the vCenter, you must have like 14 different explorers to open that particular machine, right? But if you have a vCenter, then you don't need that 12 Internet Explorers, and you can manage these machines from a console.
Yes, so you're saying if there are 14 ESXi hosts, then we need 14 Internet Explorer. Yes, that's correct. Okay, so yes, so guys, here, look at this here. So we have, I have 3 ESXi hosts, and I need to manage each one of them separately. So what vCenter does, in vCenter, this environment will all be managed through one vCenter. So I will have one vCenter here, and from the client machine, we connect to the vCenter. So this is my vCenter in between, and this vCenter, I will connect to this vCenter, and from this vCenter, I can manage all of the ESXi hosts. So this is called a VCSA. This is a VCSA. Now guys, the important thing that we need to understand is that VCSA has a database. So VCSA, whenever you will have a VCSA, VCSA will have a database, and that database is required. Why? Because you need to store so much information about these ESXi hosts. So let's say this is ESXi host 1, and it has 40 VMs here. So this one has 40 VMs, this one has 60 VMs on this, and this one has, let's say, 100 VMs on this. This one has 100 VMs. So altogether, they are 200 VMs. So 200 VMs information will be stored in this database. And this database is that place where you will store all this information. Now, if this is the first time you're hearing the word database, guys, database is used with all applications. So if you go to a bank, your all information is stored in the bank in the databases. If you go to a hospital, all your information in the hospital is stored in the databases. So databases is that place where application store all the information. So this is why VCSA also has a database. And why does it have to have a database? Because it needs to, first of all, store the information of all ESXi hosts. So first of all, it will store the information of all the ESXi hosts. How many CPUs are on ESXi host, how much storage, how much data stores on this ESXi host, and what is their network configuration. Everything for ESXi host will be stored in the data in this database. And also VCSA will be storing everything regarding VMs as well. So all 200 VMs are stored on this on these ESXi hosts. These all information will be stored in this database. So guys, when you yes, please go ahead.
So this database, we can call this database server as well?
Yes, since database will be sitting inside this server, so this will be called as a database server as well. Yes.
Right. And this client machine we can run through console, right?
Exactly. This is your just Windows 10 from where you are connecting, and all we need to do exactly the way we can connect to ESXi host. We will open Chrome and we will use the
Okay.
IP address of vCenter. We'll connect to this and manage this complete environment.
Okay, sir. Right.
Okay. So now here, now we do understand that we have VCSA as a server. And then secondly, we have a database as well. Now with the database comes in two different types: Postgres database, which is Postgres SQL. So this is a smaller type of database, and a larger type of database is Oracle. Oracle is expensive database. Oracle is used for very large environment. So it is used for larger companies. For medium-sized companies, they can all work with Postgres database. So databases are of two types. First of all, what is installed in the database? What is stored in the database, guys? All your environment information is stored in this database. Guys, do we understand that this database is very important? What happens if this database goes down? So Faz, question for you. What happens if this database goes down?
All the information is lost.
Exactly, all of the information will be lost, meaning that this database goes down, this vCenter is sitting empty. You won't see anything on this. So database is a very important component of this VCSA.
So my
Okay,
question
so
is
it means like
my question is, why do we need this laptop? Because this is a VCSA. Already the VCSA is already sitting on. It is an appliance. So we don't need another machine.
No. So you as an admin, where would you connect to this VCSA? I mean, you're sitting in the office and VCSA is in the data center.
Okay.
So I have a question. Like,
Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
yeah, you just can connect to VCSA, or you can also connect if the like if the data is VCSA is down, right? So can you connect to the VMs individually?
Can you connect to ESXi host?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So it's a very good question, everyone. So if vCenter is down or VCSA is down or maybe database is crashed, can you directly connect to ESXi host? So guys, answer to this is yes. You can directly connect to ESXi host and see what is going on this ESXi host. But guys, it is not recommended. It's not recommended to directly connect to ESXi host and manage. When you have a vCenter in your organization, always try to fix, if it crashes, then try to fix the vCenter and connect again to all of the ESXi host. Now, what is the reason? Why is it not recommended to directly connect to ESXi host, guys? Because whatever changes you do individually on this ESXi host won't be stored in this database. So yes, you can directly connect to ESXi host. You can make some changes. You can make VMs. You can delete VMs. You can change security settings, but those security settings will not be updated in VCSA. So it is said in VMware, once ESXi host is connected to vCenter, always manage directly from vCenter. Do not directly connect to them. And what we do in order to protect these vCenters and VCSA connection, vCenter has something called a lockdown mode. Lock mode. Lock mode is a mode that once ESXi is connected to vCenter, this ESXi will be in a lockdown mode, which means that even if you try to directly connect to this, you won't be able to manage this because this ESXi is locked with VCSA. And this is also logged for accidental changes. So let's say in your company, you have 3 or 4 admins. And one admin is managing VCSA, and another admin sitting somewhere else thought that VCSA is down, and I directly go onto the ESXi host and do it. So he won't be able to do it because the ESXi will be in a lockdown mode. Okay.
But sir, is there any backup option? Like if VCSA is down, right? VCSA server is down. So there is no other way that rest of the ESXi servers can communicate or can get help from the different VCSA server?
Yes, so that's another good question. I mean, so if VCSA is down, first of all, in all of the environment, we will make sure that VCSA is highly available. So we will have two VCSA servers. So two VCSA server will make sure that if one is down, the other one is available. So we will configure that option. So in real environment, it will be very rare that vCenter goes down and you will lose connectivity, because most of the time you will have a backup VCSA server as well. But in case, let's say for a medium sized company, there is no backup server, there is only one VCSA server and it went down, then yes, there is a way you can directly go to the DCUI. Remember what is DCUI? Wasim, what is DCUI? If you can remember from the last lecture.
Sir, it's direct console user interface.
Excellent. So direct console user interface, where you can directly log into the ESXi host and you can unlock this lockdown mode and then you can manage it.
Okay, but sir, in the real environment, there always be a disaster recovery plan, right?
Yes. Yes.
So I don't think so. In any environment, there is only one server, especially if we are talking about VCSA or ESXi server.
Exactly. So in all of the environments, there will be this is a disaster recovery planning. You have a second server available. Okay, but in medium-sized organization, so I'm saying that medium-sized organization may be a small insurance company, and not a very small. It's a big insurance company, but their IT department is small. In medium-sized organization, I've seen practically only one vCenter. Just one vCenter, not two vCenters, because they said, I mean, whoever designed it, they just had one vCenter and just keeps on going and working, and this rarely goes down because it's very stable version of vCenter. I mean, all of the vCenter, but if it goes down, then you'll have to restore it from the backup, and then you can recover it. So you can recover it. It might take few hours, but it will be back on track. Okay.
So, sir, this VCSA center, what operating system they use?
So it is a Linux. All of the ESXi are Linux operating system. They are all Linux based.
CentOS, right?
It is so on ESXi is CentOS, and this is a different flavor of Linux.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so everyone, vCenter VCSA is a management console. From here you can connect to your environment and use and you will be able to manage all your vCenter. Now here comes a very important point. Guys, the big question is, if vCenter is down, would this affect any of the VMs in this environment? Would this affect any of the VMs in this environment if vCenter is down? So guys, to answer to this question is, let's say if this vCenter is down, then would this affect any of the end users who are connected to this to these VMs? So let's say this is a ebay.com VM and this user is connected to ebay.com website and purchasing something on ebay.com, and this VM is up but the vCenter is down. So guys, the answer to this question is the functioning of ESXi and VM, it would not be affected. Okay, it's only the management is gone, but the ESXi and VMs are intact. So you won't feel any disturbance for the end users. So, but in order to restore management, you will have to restore the vCenter. So the important thing is, an interview question is that if vCenter is down, would it affect the business? Answer is, it won't affect the business. Why? Because VMs are working and they're still operating.
So, sir, in the same way, if there is a problem with the database of VCSA, so it means that that is basically the console for the admin guy, but ESXi machines will be working fine.
Exactly. ESXi will be working fine. It will be, these VMs will be working fine. So this is exactly the same thing in, let's say, in a taxi industry. So there are 100 cabs going in the city, but let's say their main control center went down and their computer is not working. Guys, it doesn't matter because the taxis are working, customers are going from one place to another. So the environment is working, your management is gone. So in few hours, you can restore the management and then again, it will start managing the complete company. So you can remember that in that manner. And this is an interview question as well. Sometimes they do ask this question. I was asked few times as being a VMware admin that what happens if vCenter goes down? So if vCenter is down, the only thing that is gone is the central management. Otherwise, your environment is still working. So then the second question they will ask that so what if you need to make any changes on ESXi host while vCenter is down? So Alamgir, what should be the answer of this? If you need to make a change on ESXi host, is it recommended to make a change on ESXi host if vCenter is down?
No, sir, because then that means that will be uh, that will be done individually, right? So it will not be replicated, right?
Excellent, very good. Now you're talking VCP language. Excellent. So yes, and Salim, can you tell me what is a lockdown mode? If whatever you can remember. I know this is a new concept, and so if you can understand, do you remember what is the lockdown mode, Salim? Or Zishan? Yes.
Not
Okay,
really.
it's fine. It's fine. Zishan, anyone, what is a
Yeah.
Yes.
So lockdown mode, your machine, your ESXi host is in lockdown mode. So your client will connect it to the ESXi host, and it will be locked. So
Excellent.
directly we cannot communicate. We can go through this VCSA.
Very good. Very good. So lockdown mode is that people are restricted to directly make any changes while it is connected to vCenter.
Yeah.
Very good, guys. Excellent.
Or in other words, we can say like this is basically to enable or disable any kind of ESXi host machine.
Lockdown mode, no, this is
No.
not the case. Disable, I mean, in that definition, it basically giving an understanding that with the lockdown mode, ESXi is disabled. No, it is not disabled. It's just that you cannot connect to ESXi host directly.
But I think, sir, this lockdown mode is only for if in the environment there are more than one system admin.
No, it is always there. Even if there is one VCP admin or VMware admin, lockdown mode will be always there because we don't want anyone to do accidental changes on ESXi host.
Okay.
Previous question, you asked Alamgir or that you cannot do changing if the VCSA is down.
Right.
Sir, how is it possible we cannot do, because as only the administrator can only do the changing, right?
Yes. So yes, it is. So the reason why we are saying that we shouldn't make any changes because when you do a change on ESXi host, that
Yeah.
change won't be able. VCSA won't be able to understand that change. Okay, so for VCSA, it thinks that, so once, let's say VCSA went down and you went into ESXi host and made some changes, and once the VCSA is back, it won't have the latest change. So for that reason, we shouldn't make any changes. So the best way is to restore VCSA back and then start managing it from VCSA instead of controlling it manually.
So, but sir, management console gone. Like if the VCSA is down, so it means your management console is also down. So you cannot connect with the ESXi host, sir.
Exactly. So if this management console is down, you won't be able to manage this, but and also this is in locked mode, right?
Yeah.
So this is locked mode. So then the next question is, how do you disable the lock mode? You will log in directly to ESXi host, and then there you can disable lock mode, and then you can make any changes to ESXi, and that is only for emergency changes. So if you can wait and you can restore VCSA, so you should wait and wait till this comes back.
Sir, I have
sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like it is recommended not to make individual changes in the ESXi machines, right? Hosts. But if you do it, so there's always backup every night, right? So will it back up when the vCenter is alive?
Uh, if it can be backed up while vCenter is alive. Okay, so you're saying that on ESXi host, while VCSA was down,
Yeah,
and you can back up
somebody
and
made
make some
some changes,
changes.
right? Yeah, if somebody made some changes,
Mm-hmm.
so when the vCenter
Comes
back,
back.
yeah, comes back, so every night there is the backup.
Right.
So whatever the changes were made, so those changes will be replicated in the like backup, like when there's a backup.
Yes, so, but here, Alamgir, we need to understand that whatever changes that we are making, if when VCSA was gone. So let's take this example on in a real life. Let's say I'm a taxi driver, and I'm driving a taxi, and I was instructed from my control center that you don't need to make so and so changes in the car or in the taxi or in the way that you're driving Uber or maybe a cream, right? So and once I lost control from the control center, and now I'm making my own rules and everything. So once that control center is back, they don't know what rules that I made and how did I dealt with the other customers. So the changes that you made on the ESXi host are now there, but VCSA doesn't know or doesn't understand. So that can break the communication between ECX what is the name of the server? ESXi server and the vCenter.
So
So
that means whatever you made the changes, it will not be replicated or will not be backed up, right?
those changes are not in yes, those are not backed up. So for that reason, we shouldn't make any changes. But if absolutely you have to do any change, if there is, I mean, no way you can avoid that change, then you will have to unlock the ESXi server and then make a change, which is not recommended though. Then you need to understand that how to replicate, how to make the same change on VCSA to understand that that change was made. For example, on ESXi server, you have to delete a VM. Okay, so deleting a VM is a management request, and management sent you an email saying that, delete so and so VMs, or maybe add 2 more disks to the VM inside the ESXi server. And now, if VCSA is down, you added 2 more disks. When the VCSA is back, VCSA doesn't know that you have added 2 more disks to that server. So that can, that type of change won't be replicated unless you will go somehow run some commands and update the VCSA server. So for that reason, VMware's recommendation, do not make individual changes on ESXi host. Wait for VCSA to come back.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
so what I want to say is lockdown mode is a kind of way to secure an ESXi host to avoid any kind of change to be replicated. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
So any
So
kind
this
of
is a kind of
change
example.
individual.
So this is a kind of example. Let me say, if we remember in Active Directory, we create organizational unit. But when it comes to delete, you cannot delete that because there is an option to protection. Until and unless.
Exactly. Very good. Very good.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Very good remembering. Yes, you cannot delete OU unless you unprotected and deleted. This is the same kind of lock that you can have on ESXi. Guys, the reason we spend time on this because this is an interview question as well. And please remember it. What is a lockdown mode on ESXi? And I will show you once the ESXi is back. Guys, vCenter server. So based on our previous discussion, vCenter is of 2 types: Windows-based vCenter and then appliance-based vCenter. And nowadays we have appliance-based vCenter. We will be working on appliance-based vCenter. Windows-based vCenter is not available, but you might find it in some organization where they have 5.5 vCenter ESXi environment or 6 ESXi environment. But in management, they are both exactly the same. Secondly, Secondly, there is not much difference between features. So interview question is there any features difference between Windows-based vCenter and VCSA? In other words, that maybe VCSA is not exactly the same as Windows-based vCenter. Now here you can see in this picture, both are exactly the same. Both can have the same number of hosts managed, both same number of VMs managed, 25,000 VMs, and also they are both equally important. So data in terms of databases, Windows-based vCenter can have SQL, PostgreSQL database, or it can also have SQL database, SQL database, or Oracle database as an external database. Whereas vCenter, VCSA can have Postgres database and Oracle database. So vCenter cannot have a Microsoft SQL database because that was just for Microsoft Windows Server. When vCenter used to be on the Windows Server, you can use Microsoft SQL Server. Okay. So Naveed is saying break time. What is the time now? It is 8:21. 8:21.
So vCenter server appliance comes with its own database.
vCenter appliance comes with its own database inside. You don't have to separately install a database. Yes.
Okay.
And that
My
database
question
is
is like,
Postgres database. This one.
so
Postgres database.
VCSA, you just showed on a diagram that it is on a server and server is connected with a laptop. But why this is on a server? But if this is an appliance, then it has to be on an EXSI machine, sir.
Yes, this is just for understanding. I mean, outside it would look like this, but it will be sitting as a VM inside right here. So
Okay.
I just wanted to give you a bigger picture that you are not directly managing ESXi host, you are managing it through VCSA. Okay. Okay, so guys here, so in 10 minutes, we'll go for a break. It is on your side, it is 8:21 and we'll go for a break in 9 minutes. Before going for a break, guys, one more time, guys, I mean, there is no way I can skip this very, very important information, and VCSA is kind of very important. I mean, sorry, VCP, this VCP training, we will have a lot of theory inside, and there will be a lot of practical labs as well. So yesterday I made 4 videos for you. I will be making more and more videos for especially VMware so that you can repeat the lab following my videos. But guys, we'll have to you'll have to bear with me for understanding these very important concepts. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, and but there are some details that I cannot avoid, so you'll have to bear with me. We'll take a break in 9 minutes. Okay. So guys here, now vCenter components. So what is vCenter made up of? vCenter is made up of platform services controller, and that is part of vCenter. So one of the things, so now that we know that what is a vCenter is a management console. In the management console, there is a very important service that is known as PSC, which is known as platform services controller. Platform services controller is basically the service that manages vCenter inside. So it's not a separate server. It's now the service that is sitting inside the vCenter. Okay, so guys here, what is in the PSC? PSC, different services of PSC in vCenter is, PSC services are, core services are single sign-on, VMware license service, certificate management service. So these are the core services of PSE. And whereas there are some other additional services for PSE, which is VMware appliance management service, component service, identity management service, HTTP reserve, reverse proxy, service control agent, security token service, syslog health service, directory service. Guys, these are all of the services you don't need to remember, but the core services you do need to remember. So core services, you just need to remember core services. I mean, this is exactly like that in Windows Server. In Windows Server, you have Active Directory, right? So how do you manage Active Directory? We manage Active Directory through ADUC, Active Directory users and computers. But behind the scenes, in the back end, there are hundreds of services working in Active Directory that make up the Active Directory. You don't need to remember that. You need to remember the main console, how it is managed. But for interview purposes, you do need to remember what is PSC. PSC is, it stands for Platform Service Controller. It is Platform Service Controller. That is basically the main service that runs the vCenter. So the main service that runs the vCenter, and PSC has something called single sign-on. The license of the vCenter is also managed by PSC. So the license management is also done by PSC, and also certificate management, which is the security services managed by PSC. So three important services that are automatically managed in the background as part of PSE. Now, vCenter server life cycle is that you need to have a vCenter server. You also need a web client. There is an auto deploy option. There is ESXi dump collector. There is sysvol, which is event log services. With vCenter, you can update the complete VCSI environment, and also vCenter is made up of a database and vSphere client. So these are the components that are used with vCenter, and slowly, bit by bit, we will be learning these components. So for example, today we will be installing, inshallah, vCenter server. And with the vCenter server, once it is installed, it can be managed through a web client, or it can be managed through a vSphere client. So these are two types of client with which you can manage. This is the database, as we just discussed, that all of the information of vCenter will be stored in this database. This is the database. And here, these are the logs. These are all of the logs that are used, which is essentially like an event log. So everything is logged in this. Whatever you do in the vCenter, it's all logged into syslogs. So syslog simply means system logs. So these are logs where everything is deployed. Then we have auto deploy option in vCenter. We will be looking at later on. Auto deploy option is basically, with auto deploy option, you can automatically install ESXi host in the environment. Once you set up this option, so just remember with the word auto deploy. Auto deploy is basically an option in which, if you have to, in emergency, you have to install a new ESXi host. Guys, I'm talking about the new ESXi host. You can use auto deploy option to automatically deploy ESXi host. But guys, even with this, you need some planning in the background. So on this slide, we can remember from this slide that PSC are very important services that are used with ESXi, with vCenter. These are the services, and the three core services are single sign-on, license service, and certificate management. Once we install vCenter, you will see these services as well. The question is, do you need to make any changes to these? Answer is no. The good thing is you don't need to manage these services. These all services are automatically managed. All we need to do is to install the vCenter server and start managing the ESXi environment. Most of these things are automatically managed in the background. So vCenter deployment topology, there are these 6 type of vCenters that you can deploy. There are 2 minutes to break. Guys, these are, so you can have vCenter with embedded PSC, which is one vCenter, and in the same vCenter, we can have the PSC and vCenter, both of them on the same server. Okay, and we can have vCenter with external PSC. So here now we are talking about do we want to keep PSC services outside vCenter or inside vCenter? So guys, the thumb rule is, for a very small environment, we can have one vCenter and have PSC inside the same server. Just like in our today's lab, in training lab, we can have both in the same server. But if your environment is large, then you can also do this as well. You can have one server, one vCenter server, and you can have external PSC server. And how do you make them external? How do you make them separate? It is part of the installation. Once we install vCenter, you will see that we can just select that, for PSC, install it on another server, and vCenter install on another server. Then there is PSC in replicated configuration. Here we have 2 or more vCenter with external PSC. So in this, you can have only one vCenter with an external PSC. Here you can have 2 or more vCenter with external PSC. Then we have PSC in HA configuration, which is 1 or more vCenter with external PSC and 1 third-party load balancer. Then we have, in a more complex environment, vCenter deployment across sites. You can have one or more vCenter in external and with external PSC and 2 third-party load balancer. And the last one is vCenter server deployment across sites and load balancers. Here you can have 2 or more more platform PSC controllers, and also one or more vCenter. So guys, from here to here, this is just going from a very simple environment to a very, very large environment. So you can have, this is a very, very large environment, a huge environment with multiple vCenters, multiple ESX, thousands of ESXi hosts, and millions of clients. Whereas this is going in this manner. So in our test in lab environment, we will be having vCenter in this. So this is how we will be installing. Now, why can we install these and these? Because these require more and more memory, more and more CPU. So we won't be able to test that out in the lab. But your question might be, are they any different from the management of this vCenter? No, guys. The management of vCenter will be exactly the same how we manage one vCenter with embedded PSC. So the console will be exactly the same way you manage ESXi host. It's just that this is just a bigger environment. So okay, so it's time for a quick break. Let me see. Okay, so just this last slide, and then we will start installation of vCenter. So guys, last slide is installation of vCenter. Today we will be installing PSC in embedded mode. So embedded mode simply means that vCenter will be installed, and inside vCenter we will have PSC services. And what are the three important PSC services? Single sign-on, licensing, certificate management. Guys, repeat after me: single sign-on, VMware license service, and certificate management are three important PSC services. Maybe you can remember it SVC, single sign-on, VMware license, and certificate management. This is just for interview or discussion purposes. If you are explaining it to someone, just say, PSC is a very important component of vCenter, and the three important services inside PSC are single sign-on, license, and certificate management. So just remember that. And right after the break, we will start the installation. The break is of 10 minutes.
Sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So before we can go on break, sir, you just told us that you made a few videos on yesterday. So where
Yes.
those videos have been posted, sir?
Yes. So guys, you must subscribe to my channel, and so that you can get regular updates. So I do regularly nowadays. I am regularly updating videos, and yes, I'll show you where the videos is. It's on the same channel, and I've created a new playlist for VC 6.7. So let me share it with you, though.
It's a Canap's YouTube channel.
Yes, same one.
So, but we need to be enrolled in that.
No. You don't have to be enrolled in that. It's just that you need to subscribe that.
Okay.
So are they in a sequence? I mean, whatever we are going through. Or?
Are they in a sequence? So
I mean a sequence, like whatever, like we are going lesson by lesson. So you are uploading it like that way, or
no, they'll be they will be uploaded. I'll try to make it in a sequence. It's just that I'll have to take out some time for this, and the time is the thing that we all don't have. But since I know that this will become complex, so I'm making them. So this will be all in sequence. So here you can see this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3, this is number 4. So yes, so it will be on second. There is number 5 as well, because vCenter installation is a bit complex. I mean, so yes, it will be in sequence, inshallah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. So I'll share the link here. Yes, please go ahead.
One request. Like sometimes, some videos are very long. Like if you see the first one, it's 35 minutes, right? So if, like some of the videos are very short, like you narrowed them, right?
Right.
So I think that that will be good for everyone too, right? So
yes, Alamgir, I do understand your point, and I am, I am a huge big fan of smaller videos, but some things that cannot be narrowed down. I mean, you can think of this. This is narrowed down from 2 hours to 35 minutes. So some installations are very complex. Sometimes there are troubleshooting. So I try to make it, as you can see, this one I try to make it
Yeah.
in 8 minutes. So I try to make my videos not more than 15 minutes. But and you can see that this vCenter video, each video will be around 15 minutes, and there will be 4 parts to that video. So yes, I do try to make a smaller video, but some concepts are that you cannot make them smaller. And if you try to make them, if you try to cut them short, you will lose the focus. That how did you move from here to there? So in order to have the sequence, we'll have to kind of, sometime it goes up more than half an hour. Okay, so for that reason, sometimes it becomes bigger. Um, So the first one or two or three videos, I think you've already done, but still I want you to go through these videos and make your home lab for this. And today VCSA will be a bit complex installation. We'll see that if we can finish it, or otherwise you can follow the video as well. Okay, break time guys, freshen up. Everyone just freshen up, and we'll see you after the break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the break. Naveed, 10 minutes are over. Time is fast. Okay, so let's see how many people are here. Please type yes in the chat window if you're present after the break. Okay, Dishan, Ashish, and Human, Abdullah. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so guys, okay, so let me first show you what is required to install vCenter. Let's first understand and then we start the installation. So guys, understanding VCSA installation is not very difficult since you guys have been through failover clustering. Failover clustering was not even easy. So vCenter is not as complex as failover clustering, because failover clustering had a lot of things that you need to do in order to make it proper. You need to do the SCSI storage, and you had to do a lot of things within failover clustering. But VCSA also has a lot of things to do, but it's not as complex as vCenter. So what is required in first of all, we need to understand the architecture, and I want everyone to be present. So I still haven't seen yes from many of the participants here. Okay, Abdullah, I will add you to the WhatsApp group.
Allow, do you suggest to watch these steps first, or write down these steps, or implement on the machine? What do you
No,
suggest?
I think there is not much time. If you can follow some of the steps, it's fine, but I think you won't be able to follow everything here today. But here, let me first explain these steps first. Let me
Okay.
first explain the steps here. I just need to, okay. So I've seen yes from most of you, but Wasim, if you're here, please type yes in the chat window. Also, Zishan said yes. So Zishan is here. Human, everything, everyone is present. Okay, very good. Thank you. Naveed, if you have a question, otherwise you can lower your blue hand. So it seems like that you have a question. Okay, so if you, okay, excellent. So, and Faz, do you have a question? If you have a question, it's fine. Otherwise, you can mute your mic. So everyone, vCenter installations. First of all, vCenter is not difficult product. vCenter is not a difficult product. No problem, guys. No need to apologize, Naveed and Faz, so it's fine. Excellent, very good. Let's focus on understanding vCenter. Guys, vCenter is a very simple product. It's a beautiful product. When you look at the real vCenter in the real environment, basically that vCenter managing many ESXi hosts at the same time, 20 or 40 ESXi hosts, and managing 400 or 800 VMs, it's a beautiful sight when you start working with vCenter. Guys, vCenter, the way it will be installing vCenter, it is an appliance and it is known as VCSA. Now, from now on, we will call it VCSA. These are the steps that we need to go through in order to understand VCSA. The main installation is still step 4. After 5, 6, and 7, these are the management of vCenter that we need to see. And here, so to start with, we do need Active Directory. Active Directory and DNS setup in in preparation for vCenter server. We will also create a reverse lookup zone within Active Directory, and all we need to do, we need Active Directory and DNS to have a host record in DNS. And remember that DNS is used for the a host record. So yes, so I will.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Naveed is saying that I should copy the steps here in the chat window. I'll copy them. Okay, so they are copied, and so first of all, so on the server, on our Windows server, we are going to have Active Directory and DNS on Windows Server. If you already have Active Directory and DNS, and you have attached your ESXi host with your existing Active Directory and DNS, that is excellent. If not, guys, we are all Active Directory experts. So all you need to do is to set up a Windows Server with Active Directory, with DNS, and DNS we all know is automatically installed with Active Directory. Okay, and so the secondly, what we have is ESXi host. So we need one ESXi host, and that ESXi host, everyone, Alamgir, if you can mute your mic, there is some background noise, a very little background noise is coming. So if you have a question, you can ask a question, you can unmute your mic, but
Sorry, sir.
it's okay, no problem. So here,
Sir, I
guys,
have a question.
yes, please go ahead.
Sir, if we do have Active Directory installed on Windows 2016 server, then do we still need to install Active Directory on that ESXi machine or no?
No, we don't. We just need one server, separate server with Active Directory and DNS, which will be a window. If you already have one, so you can use that one, and then we will attach our ESXi and vCenter with that Active Directory server. If you
Got it.
just create a new Active Directory server. So let's first understand the overall steps, guys. Since this is VCSA, this is not a Windows-based vCenter, so we won't need a dedicated vCenter for this. Once we install VCSA, it will become a VM on this ESXi host. So this ESXi host will have this vCenter as a VM on this, and the name of the vCenter will be 360 Cloud VCSA 01, and the IP address of the VCSA will be 192.168.10.40. We're not working on the second ESXi host. We don't need a second ESXi host at this point. We need server, one Windows server with Active Directory and DNS. Now your question might be that is Active Directory and DNS is an absolute requirement for a vCenter? No, guys. vCenter can work without Active Directory and DNS. The only difference will be that when we work with vCenter without Active Directory, in that case you will have to work with the IP address. So we will be connecting to vCenter with the IP address, but all of the real environment, they all have Active Directories. For that reason, we will try to make it as close to the real environment as it can be. So our first server will be an Active Directory server and a DNS server, and in that server we will create a host record for vCenter. At this point, we haven't started the installation. We will just go into the DNS, create a host record, and we all know how to create a host record. So you just need to go to the DNS and create a host record, and we know that a host record will be a name of the server and IP address. That's it.
Sorry, sir. So once Active Directory and DNS is created, do we need to create any forest or anything to connect the other servers and EXI hosts?
Okay, just a second. So you're saying Alamgir, when we install Active Directory, forest will be created with that. Okay. If I can understand your question, so you're saying, do we need to join ESXi host to Active Directory? Is that what your question is?
Yes, I asked same. Yeah.
Okay. No, we don't. At this point, we are not joining ESXi host, and also remember that ESXi host is a Linux machine.
Okay.
But we later on we will be joining ESXi host and vCenter both with Active Directory. At this point, we just need Active Directory to create a host record so that we can refer to this vCenter with name. Okay, so first step will be on the Windows server will install Active Directory. If you already have Active Directory and DNS, that is excellent. So first step will be that I will go inside DNS and create a host record. Okay, so this is the first step. Secondly, we do need to download the vCenter ISO image, and I think everyone should have been downloaded. Now I uploaded this VCSA image on our drive, and you might have already downloaded this. So then we need to copy that ISO for vCenter on this Windows server, because we need to start the installation from this Windows server. So what I will do, I will take the ISO and put it on this Windows server. Remember that the way we copied anything on Windows server, so you will drag it from your Windows Explorer and put it on the server, and I will show you how it is done. So now two steps we did. Number one, on the Windows server, we have Active Directory and DNS. Number two is we created a host record for vCenter. Number three is that we copied the ISO from my drive to this vCenter. So once this is all done, then we will start, we are ready to install a vCenter. vCenter is installed in two stages, stage 1 and stage 2. In stage 1, just like Active Directory is installed in two stages, right? Active Directory, first when you add the ADDS role, and then it runs the stage 1 installation, and once it is done, then you will then you will configure Active Directory exactly in the same manner. vCenter is also installed in two stages, stage 1 and stage 2. In stage 1, it will extract all of the files, and in stage 2, we will configure the vCenter. And once the vCenter is all installed, VCSA, then we will start managing it, backing up, and all that. This is easy stuff. But here you will get some glitches, some problem. You might not face any problem with that. The most problem that we have installing vCenter is the resource management. The resource management meaning that since this vCenter will go inside this VM. Now I need your attention at this point, guys. Let's understand resource management. The resource management is something like this. So first of all, this Windows server that we created, this Windows server has how many CPUs? So to start with, this has 2 CPUs on this. And this has, I think it started with 2 GB of RAM. So on a Windows server, it doesn't matter. On Windows server, it's fine. We will just copy the ISO from our computer to this server. And we all know how to copy that. Just drag it on the server and you will have the copy of ISO. So that is one thing. Now on the ESXi host, we all know that ESXi host starts with 2 CPUs, number one, and it starts with 4 GB of memory. So remember that ESXi starts with 4 GB of memory, right? Minimum it needs 4 GB of memory. Now on this ESXi host, we are going to install the VCSA as a VM, because once you start this installation, once you run this ISO, what it does, it will create a VM inside VCSA and create this. But guys, here a small catch is that this VCSA requires at least 14 GB of memory. Sorry, 12 GB of memory, and 12 GB of memory. So it requires 12 GB of memory, which means that on your ESXi host, we need to increase the memory. So this will require 12 GB of memory. So instead of 4 GB, you need to have at least 12 GB, or let's say 13 GB of memory. You need to show a 13 GB of memory on this. Now, not necessarily your computer might not have that much of memory. If you have 16 GB of memory on your laptop, maybe you might not be able to maybe in reality, your VM won't have this memory, but you'll have to configure 13 GB of memory. This is known as resource overcommitment. We are doing resource overcommitment. Overcommitment meaning that your laptop, where we have our VMware workstation lab. So this is my VMware workstation. Basically, my VMware workstation is working from this laptop, right? So whatever memory I have total of 16 GB of memory, and this is the memory that I have to play with. So all of my VMs will be around under this under this memory. But sometimes when we create a VM, I can assign 18 GB of memory, and that is known as resource overcommitment. Resource overcommitment is a concept in which you can assign more memory, but not necessarily your hardware might not have that much of memory. So later on, we'll expand on this, but this is resource overcommitment. Okay, so now the challenge you will face here when you start the installation, the very first thing that it would do when the VCSA installation start, it will see that what is the memory of the host. If your host memory is 4 GB, the installation will stop right there. It would say, you know, the minimum, the tiny version of vCenter. Now vCenter, when you install, it will give you an option of, do you want to install a tiny version? They call it tiny. Then it can be a small version of vCenter. It can be a medium size version of vCenter. It can be a large size version of this vCenter. So for a very small environment, we can select a tiny version. They call it tiny version. So tiny version, as soon as you select, but the tiny version requires at least 12 GB of memory. So in doing that, what we need to do, we need to do two things on ESXi host. Number one is that we will add a separate disk on ESXi host. So on this server, on ESXi host, we need to add at least 200 GB of disk. So 200 GB will not be used directly, but we need to add a 200 GB of disk, number one. So this is a new disk that we need to add. Remember that yesterday we added 100 GB disk. Even if you have 100 GB disk, that will be fine as well, as long as you have space on C and D drive. So make sure you have a lot of space on C drive. So if you can do 200 GB, that is excellent. So first of all, we need to add a disk on the CSXi host. Secondly, we also need to add memory. The memory should be more than 12 GB. So I would say minimum 13 GB of memory. So on this server, and then restart the server, and then we can start the installation. Okay. Now here, I also wanted to give you a quick introduction, a quick definition of thin provisioning. There is something called, when we assign a disk, there is something called thin provision and thick provision. So thin provision and thick provision. Thin provision and thick provision simply means it's a concept that before we can start the installation, guys, it's a concept in which if I say I'm using 200, I need 200 GB on this ESXi host, right? Or on a VMware workstation. So my total disk on my laptop. Zishan, what is your C drive size on your laptop?
So my C drive,
Yes.
yeah, I'll tell you just a moment.
500 GB?
Yeah, so it's more, just a moment. Yeah, it's yeah, 500 GB, sir.
500 GB. Okay,
Yeah,
excellent. So
accurate 500, yeah.
So it's a 500 GB disk, right? So total disk on your laptop is 500 GB. When you create a VM on VMware Workstation, here, if I say that I need a 200 GB, so essentially this should mean that this VM will directly take 200 GB, and the rest of the disk will be remaining 300. So this is a normal understanding. But guys, VMware Workstation doesn't work like that. What VMware does, even if you assign 200 GB, it won't take directly 200 GB right from the disk. What it does, it will assign 200 GB for your VM, but it will use only what it is using. So for example, for installing this VM, it only uses 10 GB. So it only takes 10 GB from 500 GB. So I hope you're getting the point. So it will use 10 GB, which means the maximum limit is 200 GB, but it is only used 10 GB. This type of storage usage is known as thin provisioning. So now you can understand the thick provisioning. Thick provisioning is if I say, you know, I need 200 GB and it is thickly provisioned, it means that regardless of this VM is using it or not, it will directly take 200 GB right away, immediately at that point of provisioning. So that is known as thick provisioning. Thick provisioning simply means that 200 GBs it must take from the host and keep it with the VM. So that concept is known as thick provisioning. Thin provisioning is a simple concept. Yes, the maximum size is 200 GB, but it will take 200 GB as the time will pass. So to start with, now it is only using 10 GB. It will take only 10 GB from 500. Next week, it might need another 5 GB, then another 10 GB, and it can reach up to 200, and it cannot go more than 200. So that concept is known as, it is thin provisioning. So guys, when we create this disk, we will select a thin provisioning option. So if you select a thick provision option, guys, it means that you're trying to give all the disk to this VM right from the start, and that won't work for us.
Sorry, Adnan.
Yes,
So,
please go ahead.
Adnan,
I didn't understand. Could you please explain again both of them?
Yes, I will.
Adnan bhai, in the
Yes,
disk
go ahead.
was another option too, like fixed provisioning, right? It's the same, right?
Fixed provisioning is a thick provisioning, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, Human, in the storage chapter, I'm going to go into more detail, but here one more time, I will try to explain. But because since during the installation, you will have to select this option, this is why, guys, I am explaining this here. So just one more time, I will try to explain that. And so the way it works is, I'm going to get the whiteboard. And
So
this
can
is
I
an important
rephrase it?
Sorry?
Can I rephrase it in my own words, sir, if you
Yes,
don't mind?
please rephrase.
Thin provisioning and thick provisioning.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you can, Faz,
Okay.
you can try
Hooman,
to.
your hard disk is 300 GB. You're allocating 200 GB for this server. So, but that server is not, the server is not going to utilize 200 GB. Let's suppose in the beginning only 10 GB is consumed, so the server is going to take only 10 GB from your hard disk. As you progress with your ESI servers making more machines, so the increase it will get more in size, more than 10 GB. So it will utilize as long as the virtual machines are being made. As soon as the 200 GB is reached, it's not going to utilize more than that. That's called thin provisioning. And thick provisioning is that you allocate that 200 GB sector to the VCA. So no other program can access that 200 GB sector.
Okay. Right. So that's a good explanation as well. Human, so do you understand thin provisioning now?
Yes.
Okay, so one more time. Actually, since this is a very important concept, I want you to remember that, guys. Thin provisioning. Let me try to put it in the real life. Let's say if Human, somebody comes to you and say, I need $200. So you have $200, and you will tell that person, yes, you have $200, but I'm not going to give you $200. I will give you the maximum amount of $200, but you can ask me what do you need immediately. So this person says, I need $10 for today. So next day would come back and $5, next day would come back and $15. So you're not giving all of your allocated amount to that person unless to that person. In that case, I mean, the amount is with you, and that person is also using what he needs to you, but he cannot go beyond 200. This is known as you are giving him thin provisioned loan. The flip side is that somebody says that, I need $200, and you give $200 right away to that person. This is known as thick provisioned loan. So you give all the 200 to him, and then that person can either use it or not use it. That disk is gone from your space. So this is the difference. That make any sense?
It means thick is 200. You pay 200.
Yes,
TK,
exactly.
yeah. Team. Okay, got it.
Immediately 200 is gone. So that means that if I do a thick provision on my laptop, it means that if this VM is using 200 or not using, from my laptop 200 is gone. So I only have 300. But if it is thin provision, I still have that 200, and that VM will start keep on asking for more and more memory. Okay, so guys, going back to the installation, all we need to do, first of all, make sure Active Directory is available on this, and we will create a host record. And secondly, we downloaded the ISO. We will copy that ISO on the Windows server. And third, we will start the installation. But before the installation, make sure that your ESXi host has at least 13 GB of memory, and also that it has at least 100 GB of disk. So minimum 100 GB of disk, which will be thin provision. So don't worry, it won't immediately take it from your desk. It will be sitting there. So Abdullah is saying just like a credit limit. Yes, exactly like a credit limit. Very good, Abdullah. Good example. So it's like a credit limit.
Sir, my system memory is 16,
Right.
but it's already utilized 12 GB. So can it will be work for me or not, sir?
Let's try to do it. I mean, try to, that is known as resource overcommitment. Are you able to increase the memory? I mean, where is it used?
This is the maximum.
So how many servers do you have in your VMware environment? I mean, how many servers are running currently?
Only, sir, one Windows server and two VSP, VXSI.
ESXi server. So one ESXi server and one
And,
Windows server. So in
and
that case, guys,
yeah.
so are there any other servers?
And now, sir, I'm making another one, Windows Server 2016, as you told, yeah,
Okay.
for Active Directory.
No, you don't have to make a new server. Maybe install the same Active Directory on your first Windows server. Don't make a new Windows server.
Okay, right. Then still, sir, this 12 GB is utilized.
Yes, I know 12 GB is utilized. So in that case, when you have, really, if you don't have enough memory, what we will do, we will decrease the memory of your Windows server. So Windows server can live on 2 GB. Okay, so change the Windows server memory to 2 GB, and for ESXi host and stop all of the other VMs. So you don't have any other VMs, right?
No, sir. Only now two. One is ESXi and one is Windows Server. That's it.
Okay, so for the ESXi, stop the ESXi server and try to increase it to 13 GB. Let's see what happens.
Okay, the new Windows Server, which is with the Active Directory, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
So no, Windows Server should not be more than it. Even Windows Server can work with 1 GB as well. So on Windows Server, reduce to 1 GB. For ESXi host, increase to 13 GB.
Right. Okay, sir.
And let me know how's your lab going, everyone else. Let me know if you are able to manage this memory, resource management. Naveed, Wasim, Alamgir, and everyone, please let me know how's your resource management going.
Yes, I can manage with 13 GB because I do have 32 GB RAM, so I'm good with that.
Okay, very good. Very good. Asher is asking a question. Does thin provisioning blocks external use of resources? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't affect external. It is just for the virtual environment. So here, guys, I have, the way you can find out how much memory is being used. So if you're looking at the screen, everyone, here I can go to the task manager, and within the task manager, it will directly show me that what is the situation here. So in my case, 23 GB of memory is already in use. So I need to somehow reduce this memory to basically, so first of all, I need to see what application is using my memory. So I am going to go to app history, or I can go to processes, and within I can expand applications, and here it says 97% of the memory is used, and from this 2 GB of memory is being used by Chrome, and that is because of basically, I think, the Zoom meeting is using less, but there is a lot of memory being used by Chrome. I can stop Chrome. Other than that, I can see that there are many applications that are using it. I think most of the memory is being used by VMware. So in VMware, I have this ESXi host, one ESXi host. I have Windows Server, so I'm going to stop this ESXi host because I don't need it. So let's see if I can suspend this. So on my second Windows server, on the Windows server, I will go and make sure my Active Directory is working. So this is my Windows server. And on Windows server, since we do understand the requirement now, on Windows Server, I'll go into Server Manager and see if I have Active Directory on this already. So if you have a server, I mean, we all know how to install Active Directory, guys. So I'll have to show you these steps. If you can follow me, that is fine. If you're not able to follow me, there will be a video. There is a video actually on this for installation. So here, all I need to do is to make sure Active Directory is working on my Windows server. So I'm gonna go here. And I haven't changed anything on the ESXi host because I'm still waiting for this server to shut down. I'll actually, I'll just power this off. So guys, make sure when you are working with VMware workstation environment, if you click on VMware here, it is showing me that there are two machines running and then there is nothing else going on, so that you know what resources are in use. So at the moment, I have one Windows Server and one ESXi host. Now, looking back on my task manager, because I still need to make sure that enough memory is available, I'm going to change to performance. And now I have 47% memory in use. So I closed down one ESXi host, and that gave me a lot of memory. So I do have now 13 GB of memory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first increase this memory, and in order to increase the memory, I'll have to shut this server down. So I'll shut it down in a proper way, and the proper way of shutting that down is press F12. So provide the password. Root password. What is my root password? It's not showing me if it is caps log. Okay, so I can restart this now. I found my password, and actually I want to shut it down. So shut down F2. So as soon as this is shut down, then I will increase the memory. So Asher is asking a question in thin provisioning. So if you provision 20 GB of the disk and use only 5 GB, then 15 GB will be available for everything else. Yes. So that's the case. 15 GB is the maximum that you can get for that VM. 20 GB is maximum you can get. But if you're using only 5, 15 is available for other resources, other VMs, external resources, anything else. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the memory, everyone. I'm going slow on this, and at this point, guys, everyone, please understand that I'm not. I mean, at this point, you all should have that confidence of making all these changes. So, since you've been through 4 months of training and lot of labs, guys, so this should be like baby steps for you, increasing the memory, decreasing the memory if it is stuck somewhere. So please. Just make these changes and let me know in the chat window that if you are able to complete these changes here. Abdullah is saying my C drive is small. Can I use an external drive? Yes, Abdullah, you can use an external drive, but remember that since it will be a VM, the external drive will be very, very slow. The external drive will be slow. So if you're thinking of using USB to store your VCSA and ESXi host, it will be slow. I would say maybe if you can move your move content from your C drive to another to the external drive, or if it is slow, then I mean you can use your external drive anyways. I'm going to increase ESXi here, and so I'm going to add it, and I'm going to increase that to 13 GB. So Salim and Zishan, how? So Zishan is saying done, increase the memory. And Salim, how's your lab going?
Yeah, I'm done too, sir.
Excellent. So you were saying it was you or Zishan. Sorry, I didn't get got the name. It was your machine that was. You were saying that you have 16
Yes, sir.
GB of memory.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sir, one more thing. You already, last lecture you told us that we have to make a lot of hard drive. So in my system there is a three hard drive, 120, 10. So can I delete the all hard drive memory and only make 30 GB?
Okay, hold on. So
Yeah.
you're talking about the disk or the memory?
Yeah, this, sir. I'm
You're
sorry.
talking
I'm
about
talking.
the disk. You're talking
Yes, sir.
about the disk. So, so in the last lecture, we added an external
Yeah.
drive to ESXi
Yeah.
host. So now you're
Yes, sir.
saying that can I delete that disk or can I use
Yes, sir.
that disk?
Can I delete or make only 113 or can I use 120 GB?
Okay, okay. So look at this. I mean, it's a simple question. Let's look at this here. So there are two things that we need to do. First of all, increase this memory. Are you looking at the screen, right?
Yes, sir.
And then
Yeah.
we need to add a disk. So disk is
Yes, sir.
different and memory is different. So memory, you need to increase it to 13 GB. But the disk,
Yeah.
you need an extra disk of 100 GB. Okay.
Right.
So
Okay.
now if you change the memory, so please make sure that you have changed the memory to 13 GB and you have an extra disk on this ESXi host. Okay. So now I'm going to
Okay.
add an extra disk on this ESXi host. So, so I think you're confusing between the memory and the disk. So you need to be 100% this a clear understanding between memory and disk. Is
Yes,
that
sir. Yes,
okay?
sir. I have already 13 GB of memory and 100 GB of hard drive already I have. So can I use this one only?
Excellent. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So you can use the same drive of 100 GB. Remember that in that 100 GB yesterday we added the ISO as well. So
Yeah.
for that reason, I am going to add 100 GB because my other ESXi host is not accessible. For that reason, I'm going to add a new disk. So I've added a disk, and I also added. Guys, Naveed and Zishan, and so if you're done with the resource management, let's see if you can try to. I mean, I'm going through step by step, and I'm going slow here. If you can install VCSA on your own, maybe try to see a logic in this. I mean, I'm going there, but if you want to just explore that along with me as well, or if you just want to look at me or follow me, that is fine as well. Okay. So I made sure.
Sorry to interrupt. On the Windows server, what did we need to install? The domain server or something?
Yes, on Windows Server, we do need Active Directory and DNS.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And on the ESXi host, we need 13 GB of memory and 100 GB of disk and start. So I'm going to start this server. And this server, I'm going to rename this server as well, which is, I think, here. So my ESXi host is starting. So guys, this is, I mean, let's look at our requirement here. So first one, that what we did, we had, so I made sure Active Directory is there, DNS is there, and also I made sure that now my ESXi host has enough resources. I have 100 GB of disk and 13 GB of memory. Okay, and so this is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a host record for VCSA, and the VCSA a host record will be 360 cloud VCSA 01. So in order to do that, I have to go to my Active Directory server.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes,
Can you
please go
repeat
ahead.
my memory RAM memory is not showing is like previous one. Can you show me
Okay, so you're saying that I should show
like
you the
yeah,
settings.
the RAM memory.
Yes.
Yeah. please.
Yeah, it's opening now. And the settings of my ESXi host is,
Can I delete my additional
Faz, you're talking way away from the mic. We cannot hear you. Faz, you need to, I didn't
Yes.
get your question.
Yes. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, we can.
Can I delete additional hard disk drives which you have added in my machine
How many drives do you
ESX?
have? How many drives do you have?
And the original was 40 GB, then I added 100 GB and then 20 GB.
You can remove 20 GB and just leave 100 GB and 40
Okay, thank
GB.
you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So right here, Salim, are you looking for this settings?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So
Go
now
ahead, sir.
is it understandable?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, very good. So memory is 13 GB and the disk is 100 GB and that's it. And
Adnan,
my,
sorry.
yes, please go ahead.
I got a fail message when I go to the 13. It should be 13 or I can go with less than.
So it has to be more than 12 GB. So maybe 12.2, try something like that.
Okay. And also, could you please just a screenshot of the, lab on the WhatsApp too?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
So all I need to do is to create a host record. So in this, I'm just gonna copy this here.
Sir, I already posted.
Okay, excellent. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Okay, very good. So here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to DNS, guys. We all know how to create a host record. So I'm gonna go to DNS right here, and I am going to create a host record. So now reverse lookup zone is not required. It's not required in this case, but if you have a reverse lookup zone, that will be excellent. So let's say if you don't have a reverse lookup zone, I'm gonna create a reverse lookup zone here. So I'm gonna delete whatever I have in the, so when you install first time Active Directory, you won't have a reverse lookup zone. So before creating the a host record in this domain, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a reverse lookup zone. So it's really easy. All you need to do, right click on reverse lookup zone and say new zone and next, and leave it as primary zone. So most of the things are default, and here everything is default, just you need to provide your subnet. You just need to provide your subnet, and our subnet is 192.168.10, and make sure this is the same subnet that you're using on your Windows server. And if you're using 172, this is the first 3 octets of your IP address. Right. So the only thing in creating a reverse lookup zone is just right click on reverse lookup zone, and rest everything is default, and just the subnet. You just need to provide and you don't need to provide the host ID, you just need to provide the network ID, subnet ID, and that's it. So your reverse lookup zone is ready. So reverse lookup zone is there. Now the next thing that I need to do, and I'm going exactly with the lab. So if you're looking at the lab, this is the first point where I need to create a reverse lookup zone. And secondly, I need to create a host record in my domain. So on my domain zone here, we have many records from the previous labs, but here all I need to do, right click on my zone here and create a host record. Once you do create a host record, remember that this should be according to your lab architecture, and the name of the server is. So this is the name of the server. 360 Cloud is your organization name. VCSA showing that it is a VCSA appliance name, and it is 01. So let's say in future we have 02, 03, 04. For that reason we have number, and I am going to use the IP address that we need for our VCSA. So in our case, we will have 192.168.10.40, and also I will select this option, create associate PTR record or pointer record. What that does, this will create a host record within a reverse lookup record within the reverse lookup zone. So here what I would do, I would create a picture and provide it so that if somebody is following me, here I can just copy it here. So this is the record that you need to create. I copied that in the WhatsApp group and add host. So once I do, so our Active Directory work is finished, and now we can install vCenter. Here you just need to make sure that the record is here in DNS, and also in the reverse lookup zone you also have a record. If I refresh this, I can find the reverse lookup record as well. Okay, so we have now both records. So this was part of, so this was done. And the next point in our lab is point number, I think this is point number 3, which is sorry, point number, yes, point number 3. Before the vCenter installation, I need to copy the ISO on this server. So I need to copy the ISO on this server. So for that, I would go to my ISOs. So I'm going to my ISOs.
So, sir, the VSA IP address is not the same as EXI host. It's different, right?
VCSA IP address is not the same as, exactly. So this is different. ESXi IP address was 50 and this is 40. Okay. So guys, here I'm just copying VCSA to my Windows server. So Windows server is being copied. So guys, here again and again, I want you to be confident in doing that. Yes, there are many steps. Do not panic. You need to be in that, light mode. I'm saying that on the 5th gear on the brain-wise, but on a light mode. Do not panic and just go step by step. You will kind of start getting feel of this. It is an excellent, beautiful technology. I keep on saying it's beautiful because it looks. I mean, it's like once it starts working, you will see all of the ESXi hosts. You will be managing them, and they are so interesting. There are many interesting features in this. So,
question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, how do you take a snapshot in ESXi? Can you do that or no?
In a yes, you can take a snapshot in ESXi, but then you'll have to connect to the console of ESXi.
Okay.
You can right click on the VM and take a snapshot, but hold on. Your question is about taking a snapshot of this ESXi, or your question is about taking a snapshot of the VM that is inside ESXi?
That is the basically the VM which is inside
inside the, yes. So for that you need
right.
you need to be on this console. So it is copying. So remember where you connect to directly to ESXi and create a VM. From the same place, you can right click on the VM and take a snapshot.
Okay.
So guys, vCenter installation is going on. It will be a two-stage installation. So first we created a DNS record. In the meantime, we will also create DNS records for ESXi host as well. A host record so that we can connect to this ESXi host with name.
So do you mind if you repeat the initial steps quickly?
Yes. So the initial steps were right here. So in order to install VCSA, first of all, we do need to understand that this is my Windows server. This is my Windows server, and this one is ESXi host. To start with, this ESXi host was just like this ESXi host, lonely ESXi host. That ESXi host is so lonely, there was no VMs inside. Now we are about to make this ESXi host very, very busy by installing VCSA inside this ESXi host. Now, how can you make it busy? So all you need to do, there are steps to follow. Number one, we created a host record in DNS. So I'm not now saying that we install Active Directory DNS. You already have that. So we created a host record in DNS. Secondly, we copied the ISO to the server. I just copied it on the desktop. And now we will start with the installation. So that will be stage 1 of the vCenter installation. Once we start with the installation, guys, remember that this is a VCSA appliance. This from this server, it will create a VM inside this. So this will look like this tiny baby VM. So it looks like a tiny VM that will be sitting inside ESXi host. The name of the vCenter will be this, and the IP address will be this. Okay. At any point in time, guys, at any point in time, if you're lost in between the installation, do not worry. Do not worry. Just keep on looking at the installation, and then on your own, with a cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever you like, your favorite drink, maybe your favorite series, in front of that, sit and then do the reinstallation again. Reinstallation again, okay? Question?
Sir, I sir, I tried to like increase the memory of RAM, but is increased like hard disk drive.
Okay, okay, just a second, Salim, I'll come back to you. Let me start the
Okay.
installation because we'll have a
Sure.
lot of time after once I start, and then I'll
Okay.
look at your screen, okay?
Thank
So guys, here, what I need to do, I've copied the VCSA, which is vCenter Server Appliance, and all I need to do, right click on this and mount this. So now I need to mount this. Why do I need to mount this? Because if I go to my Windows here, if I go to this PC, I can only see C drive, D drive, E drive, and F drive. So these are, I mean, previous drives that we worked with this server in previously. But basically, I need to see this drive as well. So keep looking at this side on this. As soon as I mount this, so I'm going to say mount. So this will appear as a drive in here. So now I can see that as a drive. So here I can see the VCSA as a drive. So all you need to do, copy it here, and this is being recorded, so don't worry about this. Then you need to right click on this and mount this, okay? Once you mount this, now you're ready to install vCenter. So double click on this and then go into installer. And within the installer, you need to go into Windows 32. Now, if you haven't followed me, the link is right here. So you need to be in this PC, DVD, then UI installer, and go to Win32. Within Win32, there is a folder called installer, file called installer. All you need to do, double click on this, right? So if any one of you is willing to ask me a question, if trying to ask me a question, or can you go back and show it to me, guys? At this stage,
Copy the ISO, please.
You should be able to see the folder here. This PC, DVD, VCSA, Win32. Okay. So Alamgir, what are you asking?
So can you copy the ISO on the chat window if you don't mind?
Right. So how do you copy this VCSA on this on my server?
No. Just I don't have it. Can you?
Oh,
just,
okay. It's
copy
in the drive. It's in the drive.
Oh, okay.
So let me see that if I think it is in the drive. Is it in the drive, guys? Anyone has seen this?
So, sir,
Yes,
how
sir.
you
It's in the drive. Yeah. So it's
Okay.
Yes, sir, it is in the drive.
Okay, very good. So Alamgir, let me know if you find it. It's in the drive. It's called vCenter, VCSA. Okay. So in here, all I need to do is to mount the disk. So as soon as I mount it, here, all I need to do, go into UI installer, then Win32. And within Win32, I need to go down to installer and double click. So this will start the VCSA installation. Guys, you're about to install the central console for managing ESXi environment. So as soon as you come to this window, and you completed all of the prerequisites. Prerequisites were to have 13 GB, at least 13 GB, 12 GB of memory on ESXi host, number one, and then have an extra disk of 100. Yeah, one thing we haven't done, that 100 GB of disk that I added, I haven't formatted it in ESXi host. So before I start the installation, I need to make sure that I need to go into ESXi host and make it formatted. Remember that we did it yesterday. So I need to go into Firefox, log into this server. And since this server, I need to make sure which server I'm logging in. I'm logging in 10.21. So 10.21, I need to change that to 10.21.
Sorry, Adnan, but we install Active Directory and DNS, but we didn't change those one on the SCSI server, the VMware server. Is that okay or no?
So we did, one more time, can you repeat
You
your
know,
question?
when we have a DNS, am I right? We have a DNS right now.
Yeah, we do have DNS, yes.
But we didn't change DNS in SCSI to SCSI. Is that okay or no?
We didn't change DNS on, we don't have SCSI. Where do you see SCSI or ESXi host?
Sorry, ESXi host, sorry.
Yes, ESXi host, it's fine. We don't need anything to change on the ESXi host, okay? I'm logging into my ESXi host. And why am I here? Because I have the disk that I need to activate. So remember that when you add a new disk, it's not activated by default. You'll have to make it as a data store. So I'll go into the storage. And within the storage, I need to go to the devices. I need to see that the disk is available, but in data store, I don't have it. So guys, this is a interview or exam question as well. If you don't see a data store and you have added a disk, what should you do? So you should create a new data store. First of all, before creating a new data store, make sure that the disk is available in devices, because this is showing the raw disk. This is exactly like in Windows. When you go to the disk, those are raw disk. When you format them, then they become volume. So in Windows, they're called volume. In ESXi host, it's called data stores. So I'm going to start this, and I'm going to quickly just format this disk, and name of the disk is, this will have ISOs and VMs. So next and finish. So that's it. So once you add a new disk, it should be here. And I will go into the data store, and in data store browser, I will create two folders. One folder for ISO so that I can keep my VMs, and just like we create OUs. So here I'm just creating separate folders so that I can keep my VMs in here and my ISO separately. So that's it. All I needed to do was making sure my disk is ready, the folder is ready, and now I can go back to my vCenter installation. Now, when you install a vCenter server, there are these four options. So for the four options that we see right here are, you can install a vCenter, you can install, you can upgrade a vCenter, you can migrate a vCenter, you can restore a vCenter. So let's say if it is crashed, you can restore it from the same setup. So you can remember that how do you restore a vCenter? You still need to go through back to the CD, and from the CD, you need to start the installer and you can restore a vCenter. So here I'm going to install a new vCenter. It's logical. So here, I mean, if you're looking at this on the logical, based on logical point of view, this will be all understandable. But if you're following me as step by step, it will be a bit difficult because you won't be able to remember the steps here. The steps are written in there, and it is being recorded as well. So in the introduction, we need to go through these 8 steps for stage 1. So there are 2 stages to this. This is stage 1 and this is stage 2. Stage 1, it is also guiding you as well. In stage 1, you deploy a vCenter. In stage 2, you will set up a vCenter. So first of all, let's go through stage 1, and I'm gonna go to next. I'm expanding this, and here, just I accept, and here 2 of the things are already passed. So these are not huge, big steps, very small steps here. So first one, introduction, second one, end user license. And here, now you need to provide where are you deploying this vCenter. So remember, based on our architecture, I have to deploy this vCenter inside this ESXi host. So I have this vCenter. So in that, I need to give this vCenter, this ESXi host name. It's just asking that do you want this vCenter to be installed on this ESXi host or on this ESXi host? So in our case, we are going to install this on this ESXi host. This is why I need to give this ESXi host IP address or the name. So in here I can give an IP address or the full name. Now, can anyone tell me that if can I use a name here if I don't have a DNS record?
No.
No.
Yes, sir, you can use it. Sir, you can use it.
So,
well, DNS is the name resolution. If there is no DNS, how can you use the name here?
Because you created the records as well, right? And reverse loop.
Right. So Wasim is right too. Wasim, but the only problem is that was the vCenter name. That was not the ESXi host.
Okay.
Okay. So, and all of your understanding is correct. If there is no record in DNS, we won't be able to write a name. I can go with IP address, or I can quickly go and create a DNS record. Let's say if I go with a DNS record here for now. And it requires the FQDN. What is FQDN? Anyone? FQDN. It's saying that just name won't work. You need a FQDN.
There are 4 options. One is IP address, one is SQDN, and one is DNS, and the 4th one was, I think, it comes in iSCSI, right?
No, guys. FQDN means
Sir, FQDN is a fully qualified domain name, right?
Exactly. FQDN is fully qualified domain name, which is essentially it's saying that you need a full name. It cannot go with your half name. Let's say
exactly.
If you want to go with this is the first name. As soon as you enter, it's saying, no, give me a full name. So FQDN, guys, for your rest of the IT life experience, just remember FQDN means fully qualified domain name. In other words, just like on the airport or immigration, you go, they're asking, what is your full name? So full name is so-and-so, full name. So they're not asking for the first name. So in IT, it is known as FQDN, fully qualified domain name. So for that reason, we need to give a full name, the name of the server plus the domain name as well. So at this point, if I go like this, it will give me an error message. It's just saying your server is not available. So in order to make it right, I can either go by IP address, but we will go with the best practice. We will create a host record in DNS. So for that,
sir,
yes,
sorry, you put here HTTPS port 443. Is it something by default, or where did you get this from?
So this automatically takes it. It automatically. I haven't put this. I only provided the root username and password. So 443 is a secure port on which it will connect. So 443 is automatic. You don't have to write here. Okay. So in the DNS, all I need to do, create a host record. So I'm going to create a host record in DNS, and the name of the server is this is the name of the server, and the IP address will be 192.168.10 dot, what was the IP address? 21. So 21 for that address. I created that in DNS. Now it is being created. No, what's wrong here? There is something wrong. So it shouldn't be like this. It should be in this actually. So I did something wrong here. So I'm gonna just delete that. I need to be in here. So one more time, I'm just gonna copy this.
Sir, is it right that since we are working on the HTTP, HTML, and we browse these all ESXi hosts through Windows Server, that's why we use it use port 443, right? It's for the browser.
It's for the browser. It's for the browser. Yes. So when we access ESXi host, it is accessing it in a secure manner. So that's why it's using
Yes.
port 443.
443. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So yes, go
so my
ahead.
quick question is, what's the name of your server, sir?
Sorry.
What's the name of your server on which you have installed the domain controller? What's the name of the server?
What's the name of my server? Which one? The ESXi host?
On which you are installing it, sir?
So the server name, okay, so where I am installing is this, guys. Let's look at the diagram one more time. So this is the diagram actually, let me try to make it a clean diagram so then it will be much more understandable. So here, so this is here. So I am installing this vCenter on this ESXi host. So this is what that option is. It is saying, where do you want to deploy this? So I'm trying to say that I need to deploy this on this vCenter, on this ESXi host. So this vCenter will be deployed on this ESXi host. And the IP address in my case is 21. Okay, so this is why I named this 360 Cloud ESXi01. Remember, going back to the vCenter installation, first one was introduction. Second, you accepted the license. Third is, where do you want to deploy it? On ESXi1 or ESXi2? So here I'm just saying it will be on ESXi1. And you also need to provide username and password and next. Okay, it's not going through. The problem occurred with this. And so is there a name issue? Yes, go ahead.
I have a question, sir. I am way behind you. Sir, as you told us, these all steps is fine. But to make it a record, we have to generate domain, right? And how we can, yeah.
Yes, you have to install Active Directory before
So
that.
active, yeah. So after, installing Active Directory, we have to generate domain. So domains are how it is possible. It is possible with the DC, right?
Yes. So yes, it is possible. You have to have a DC. And now when you install Active Directory, it becomes a DC. You're on the same server. So the same server is a DC. And so just to make it simple understanding, have one Windows server. On that Windows server, do everything exactly the same how we do before. I mean, change the name, disable the firewall and everything. After that, install Active Directory on the same server. So once it is installed, it will become a DC, and all you need to do, you don't have to do anything in Active Directory. You just need to go to DNS. In DNS, just create 2 records, one for VCSA and the second one for the ESXi host. So the only thing I did was creating this record and this record. So just 2 records I created.
So we don't need domain, sir?
We are not making any changes to the domain at this point, but why do we need Active Directory? Your question is right, that if we're not using it, why do we need it? So guys, later on, we are going to connect vCenter with Active Directory. So for now, we're not doing it. Later, we will be connecting it.
Right. Okay, sir. Okay.
Sorry, Adnan, but in real job, we have to do the same, or this is already set up?
This is already done. This is everywhere. This is already done. You don't have to do this. But why do you have to do this here? Because without doing this, you won't be able to troubleshoot it. Let's say you are given an environment and you do have Active Directory, you do have vCenter, and it goes down. So without this, you won't be able to understand how is everything connected.
Sir, a very quick question. On your diagram, the ESXi has a IP address of 192.168.10.50.
Yes, it is in the diagram. I'm gonna change that because my other ESXi host never worked. So this is why.
Okay, that
so
was the question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So now I am going to install that on 21 and the vCenter will be deployed here. Let me start the installation. So I'm going to go back here. So guys, this is why, I mean, even when you do it at home, guys, you need to keep on going back to the diagram. Just keep on understanding, because this is how you will understand. I think you did the most difficult lab of failover cluster, guys. Trust me, that was the most difficult. Once you do install this 1 or 2 times, this will be a breeze for you. So here, all I need to do is, since we, so here, all I need to do is right here, I will provide a proper name. It's saying that this name is not recognizable. So I went back and I'm seeing, I want to see what is the real name here. So the name that I used here was this name. So I can copy this name. So 360 Cloud ESXi 01 dash this. So I'm going to change this name to. So it's just saying that the name that I'm using is not recognizable, and it is still not recognizable. Maybe I need to restart the setup. So I'll go back here. Next.
Sir, your fire one is on.
Firewall?
Yeah.
My firewall was on. Let me check. Oh, yes. Firewall is on. Okay, so let's see. It shouldn't matter because I am in the same server and trying to access, but you're right, it might be. So why take chances? So firewall is off. And once the firewall is off, I'm going to go back here. Where is my installation? So what I will do, I will just copy this name and cancel this and start the installation. Maybe it's not able to recognize the name. So for this, I am going to actually, let me first make sure that if even this name exists. So the name IP address is pinging. Guys, anyone knows how do I resolve name to this IP address?
Ping and
What
then
is
the
ping?
name of the machine.
Ping and
minus
then
Ping.
ping.
Name of the machine.
Yes, ping
Ping.
and the name of
Sir,
the
ping
machine.
name of the
Name of
machine
the
and then the
machine
domain name.
then domain name.
Right. So guys, here, Abdullah said it right. And I think this will be a new command for everyone. This says if you put -a before the IP address, this will resolve the name. This will go to DNS and ask that, what is my name in the DNS list? So this should come back with this name. So you see, when you go with without a, it only gives IP address. But when you go with a, it also gives you the complete name of the machine. So please remember that from now, that you
Sir,
can ping just an IP address with the name as well.
so can you just type this thing too, right? To get the like DC name and then DNS name, right? Like domain name, I mean.
Can you type this thing, which one?
Like the server name and then.
Oh, yes, you can,
Yeah.
you can. So you can ping it right like with the name as well.
Yeah,
So just
then,
like
yeah,
and
yeah.
it should ping.
Great.
It should ping. So here, so there is some issue with this name here. You know, the problem that I see here is, and you might see that problem. It's good that the problem is happening here, that the IP address is pinging with this name, but when I'm pinging this name, it's not resolving to an IP address. So there is some problem with this name. So in that case, what I can do is I can delete this record and create that again one more time. So I'll go back to DNS. And so guys, don't hesitate to make few, for troubleshooting purposes, I'm gonna remove this record one time and retry it again. So make sure
So
that
there
this,
I'll be okay.
the record has one or more sheets open. So, okay, it is open somewhere. I'm gonna delete,
It's open, sir. It's
oh,
open.
this is open. This is
Yeah.
open. For that reason, it's not working.
Deleting.
So I'm gonna cancel this and I'm gonna delete this. So this is deleted. Rest is fine. Now, in order to just make sure that if this name is deleted, I'm gonna run that command one more time. And it is still sitting in the cache memory. Cache memory is fine. So this is the cache memory, but the record is not there. So I'm gonna just create this and I'm gonna delete the reverse lookup record as well so that I don't, so from here it is deleted as well. So going back to DNS, just create a host record with the same name. So here we just give a name and the rest of the FQDN will be automatically here and the IP address. Create a PTR record and done. So this is done.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
in FQDN, at the end of the local, you are putting a period sign.
In
I
FQDN,
just noticed.
Okay,
I'm not sure you are supposed to put the period sign or not right after the local. If you go back.
In pinging or in here?
Oh, no, in the reverse loopback. I mean, in the reverse lookup zone. You just did it.
Okay, in the reverse lookup zone here, we can
go to the
confirm that. Yes,
FQDN.
there is dot. That automatically comes. That automatic, because it's a reverse lookup zone. It starts from dot, so this is fine in
Okay.
reverse.
Okay.
But in forward lookup zone, it shouldn't be the case.
Okay.
So this is, I mean, it looks good. I'm gonna try that one more time here. Otherwise, I'm gonna start with the IP address installation. So here, I'm gonna go with the installer. And in the installer, all I need to do is install. And from here, next. And in this, I accept and next. And here, it automatically got the name. I'm going to delete this. Copy the name that I just got now and the password. The problem occurred when connecting to the target server. Okay, so it's there is a problem with some name. Let me try with the IP address. So this is 192.168.21. Let's see if this can go through. So this can go through. So with the IP address is going through, with the name it's not going through. So we will fix the DNS issue. I can fix the DNS issue. I think for this I have to restart this because in the cache memory of this server, the wrong name is registered. So we can run some commands and do it, but this will take a long time, this installation. So for now, I'm just gonna go with IP address and later we can change that to name as well. So going one more time, in the cache of this server, the wrong name is registered. This is why it keeps on going back to the wrong name. So for now, I'm just going with the IP address so that we can host our VCSA. So all I did, IP address of the ESXi, the port it automatically took 443, root account we already know, and the password. Next, it is just giving us a warning that you're about to connect to a secure location, which is a certificate warning, which is fine. I'm gonna click yes on this. And now we are connected to ESXi host. At this point, we are at this location. So at this point, this server is creating this VM on this. Okay, and with this VM now it will ask what will be your vCenter name. So vCenter name is this name that we created and the IP address. So I'm going to go back. So here now it's saying what will be your vCenter name. So vCenter name here, I need to give a vCenter name that we just selected. vCenter name is 360 Cloud VCSA01. And the root password, now it's asking for what will be the root password for your vCenter. So just like we set up a root password for ESXi host, we are setting up a root password for VCSA. And keep an eye on this. So you did the introduction, then you provided the ESXi, now you're providing the vCenter. It's very simple to go from here. And next. Now it is asking, now this is the place where it's saying that how big is your vCenter? So there is a tiny version. Tiny version would require 2 vCPUs and minimum 12 GB of memory and 415 GB of storage. And this type of server vCenter can manage 10 hosts and up to 100 clients. So this is a tiny installation. Then we have a small installation that requires 4 CPUs and 19 GB of memory, 480 GB of storage that can manage 100 hosts and 1000 VM and so on. So these are all of the settings, and in our environment we're going to go with tiny version because we're going to have 2 or 3 hosts to manage. So this is where I said that this is why we had to increase the memory of ESXi host to 12 GB. This is why you cannot even install vCenter VCSA if you don't have this much of a memory available. So in that, now it is saying, where do you want to store this? So I am going to store this on ISO VM. This is the disk that I added. Remember that we added a 100 GB disk in ESXi host and we named it ISO VM. And in there, it's saying 99 GB capacity, from which 98 is available. So it's a lot of capacity. And here, if you don't go with thin provisioning, this is where I said that you have to go with thin provisioning. Let's say if I don't go with thin provisioning, it will give me an error message. So it's saying, since you're not going with thin provisioning, give me full 14 GB, 415 GB disk. So, so in that case, I'll have to go back to ESXi host and at least provide more than 415 GB of disk, then this will go forward. But here, the good thing is we can go with thin provisioning. We are saying, okay, allocate 1415 GB for us, but we are going to use only the disk that what is required for vCenter, which is not more than, I think, maybe 50 or 60 GB. So it is 100 GB. It will be accommodated within 99 GBs. So this is what thin provisioning is. We also have an option for vSAN. In a storage chapter, we will learn more about vSAN here. This is a storage technology from VMware, but here we are just going to go with enable thin provisioning, and thin provisioning we can go to next. Here, these are the network settings for VCSA. Nothing to change here. This is exactly the same thing that we do in the server. So you have to set up an IP address. We need to set up an IP address of VCSA. So we do need to provide an IP address on the screen. So this is 40. Let's go back to the architecture and see my IP address for VCSA is 40. So this is my VCSA 192.168.10.40, and the name of the VCSA is this. So this is what we are going to do. So here the IP address is 40. I'm not going to provide this. This is optional. This is why it says optional. I'm not going to provide unless my DNS is fixed. And in subnet mask, we all know that this will be 255.255.0. In the gateway here, it doesn't go without the gateway. So if I go to next here, it's saying that you must have a gateway, and it won't even accept 0.0.0. So if I say 0.0.0, it will give me another message saying that your IP address and its gateway are not in the same subnet, which means that you must provide an IP address from the same subnet. So for that reason, I'm just going to provide 2. So I'm just going to provide 2. Most of the time in VMware, 2 IP addresses used for the gateway. Just for the sake of this installation, in real environment, this is the IP address of your router. So, and who will give it to you? Your network team will give it to you. Most of the time, I won't even know. So I would say that, I need to get it from the network team, and network team would say, this is your router IP address, and that will be the gateway IP address.
I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, if you see there's the IP address on top, there's a version, right? And after that, if you see there's a static IP, so there must be, dynamic IP too, right? So if you have a DHCP here installed, so this thing will get automatically IP addresses?
No. If I say dynamic, so if I say change it to dynamic DHCP, then it will automatically get an IP address later on. So at this point, you won't have to provide an IP address, but dynamic is not recommended. It's not recommended because it will change. Maybe it will change every now and then, dynamic IP address. So static is must. I think this option is only here for maybe some special circumstances. I don't know why it is there, but maybe just for flexibility. It has to be a static IP address. Okay. But yes, there is an option if you want to go with DHCP and you have a DHCP setup and you can manage it, though by all means, you can go with DHCP as well. Okay. So in here, so on this, we just did IP address, subnet mask, and gateway, and that's it. And next. And now we are ready for stage 1 installation. So we can look at this all and then finish the installation. So now this is installing stage 1 of vCenter. Let's look at our diagram, what we did. And this will take around, I think, 1 hour or so for this complete installation. And after that, it will be installed, and I will be providing you with a CD. Before the next lecture, you need to complete the vCenter installation. So let's understand what we did, everyone. And then I will check your machine. If your machine has a problem, we'll try to solve this.
Sir, before you go, I have another question.
Yes, please
Like
go ahead.
you created a reverse lookup zone. So can you create a forward lookup zone or a in forward lookup zone or a reverse lookup zone or a conditional forward lookup zone? When you are creating a suppose forward lookup zone, so you can create any like type of zone like primary, stub or secondary, and same with the like conditional forwarder, or you have to create a reverse lookup zone for this like to install this setup.
VCSA.
Yeah, VCSA.
Right. So to answer this question, being a VMware admin, Alamgir, being a VMware admin, our main concern is that we need to install vCenter. Okay. So at this point, you will be talking to the Active Directory admin, and Active Directory admin is responsible for Active Directory and DNS and everything. So they already have their DNS set up. They have their primary zones and secondary zone and conditional forward, everything. So we don't have to do that. But especially for vCenter, all you need is one A host record. So just one A host record. I just showed you how to create a reverse lookup zone, because in our test environment, there was no reverse lookup zone, but in most of the places, this is all set. So in real environment, this is how it goes. Let's say I need to install VCSA. I will create an email and send it to the Active Directory admin. Tomorrow I will be installing vCenter. Please create a host record for this in your DNS. And the Active Directory admin will open that email and will just create a host record for my VCSA and reply back, your record is created, done. So this is what happens in the real environment. So we don't have,
we will be getting IP address too, right? For the
sorry?
We will be getting IP address for the a host record too, right?
Yes,
With
So
right?
you need to provide it to the Active Directory admin. You will send in your email, Mr. Active Directory admin, please create a host record with the following information: name of the server and IP address.
Oh, okay.
So your Active Directory admin will go into DNS and will create a host record for both of these services. So he will create one A host record for your ESXi host and one A host record for your VCSA. So that is total DNS configuration we need to do for VCSA. Okay. So since the installation is going on, everyone, so we are at this stage where we have DNS set up. We have downloaded ISO. We are on stage 1 of the installation. And this will take, I think, some time. Once this is done, then we will start with the stage 2 installation.
Sir, you think we should do second step of the installation today?
It will
It's
take
it's just my suggestion.
Yes. I mean, yes, if anyone is dedicated and can do the complete installation.
You know, that's the reason why I'm saying this.
Yes.
Let us finish this, whatever you did for the VCSA lab, right?
Right.
Installation. Let us finish this first. And I'm pretty sure everyone will get some issues and then they will ask you. So second step, I think we should do later on. If we 100% finish this tonight, the half of the installation, first step, that's going to be like an achievement.
Yes, for sure. So let's do it. Yeah, that's good. So everyone should be able to do this. How many of you are on which step? So starting with Wasim, what step are you on at the moment?
Okay, sir, what I did, I wrote down all the steps, whatever you were telling us. and I took the video and everything because I was focusing on your lecture. I was not doing anything.
Okay, that's
Now
fine.
I'm starting everything.
Okay, very good. So just start a Windows server and make sure Active Directory is there, and start a ESXi host, and start with the, and wherever you're stuck, just let me know.
So my problem is I'm
Sure.
running different scheme. Yours is 360 cloud dot local. Mine is Calypso dot local. So
It's fine. It's fine. If you're using canaps.local, that is good too.
okay.
Sir, I have same suggestion. I think that would be our homework, and we have to work on it because, sir, there is lot of information and lot of things that creates, doubt in my mind. So I have to look your video as well, and I'll work on it again, and I'll make it this one, sir.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. A Wasim suggestion is, let's say if you're stuck in troubleshooting, then at least we can help out each other. Let's see in next 20 minutes what can we achieve. Let's use these 20 minutes, and let's see if you can. I mean, for me guys, honestly, at this level, after 4 months, and you've done so much lab, so much troubleshooting, I think this shouldn't be so much difficult for you. But yes, I understand your point, Zishan, as well, that you still need to, gather everything together in one place and then start understanding.
Sir, I have one
That's a valid point.
confusion. I have only
Yes.
one confusion. Overall, everything is fine. Sir, this forward lookup zone or reverse, so we don't need any domain on it. I can make it easy, like without domain, this forward and reverse lookup zone.
No, you do need a domain. So when
So,
you
sir,
install Active Directory, the domain,
yeah.
the DNS will be created with it.
So the same question, sir. Sir, to generate domain, for example, when we install Active Directory, then we will put domain. And domain, sir, when I'm putting this Windows server dot local, sir, it is not taking in the system. They want that we are not finding. So
Okay.
it should be DC. We need.
Okay, excellent. So Zishan, first of all, let's start with your machine. Please share your screen, and let me fix your environment. And at the same time, Alamgir, Naveed, Salim, everyone, you have the picture of installation. Start making this environment, and let me know where you're stuck. I'll be working on Zishan's machine for now. Okay, so Zishan, hold on. Let me just unshare my machine here.
Yes, sir.
Just a second.
No problem, sir.
I am going there.
Sir, even I have already downloaded the ISO as well. Everything I understood, but I am stuck in this point.
Okay, no problem. We'll fix it. And where do I go? Can you, I mean, are you getting anything on the, oh yeah, now I can see it. Now you can share your screen.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we can see your screen. So where are you stuck?
So, sorry. Sir, now you can see Active Directory is there, DNS is there.
Excellent, yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to...
But hold on, why is this, yellow triangle, go to the yellow triangle.
Yeah.
Promote to a domain. Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. Install a new domain. Just say new forest.
Okay.
And say 360 cloud.local. Oh, okay, you want to do your own domain? It's fine.
No, sir, I will make it same.
Okay,
360.
360 cloud dot local. Just like you are creating your own Active Directory. So
Sir,
yeah, you can ask a question.
so while you help Zishan, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can ask a question, please.
Yes. On SSI past ESI server we created in the last.
Hold on. Faz, your voice is breaking up again.
On my first EXI machine, on which I added 100 GB of hard disk, I did in the last class. The DNS on the EXI server was pointing towards the server on which the browser was there.
Okay.
But now the DNS has to be removed, the old one, like from the server through which we were accessing and making PMP. You understand what I'm saying, sir?
Faz, I'm trying to understand because your voice is breaking up. And
Can you
so
hear me now properly?
yes, I can hear you now. But okay, let me ask you this question. Are
Okay.
you talking in the mic or in the computer?
No, I've just added a microphone, sir.
Okay, so when the microphone, is this a normal headphone or a microphone?
It's an external headphone, sir.
It's an external headphone. And the mic is close to you and or is it away from you?
The mic, normally when I'm talking to you is without the help of the external microphone. This is the headphone which I'm using it now.
Okay, so before you were not using the headphone?
No.
Okay, so can you please use the headphone every day?
Okay, but all the time I have to listen through this headphones. Okay, yes, I will do it.
You know, the problem is that previous questions when you asked, I have to understand because your voice is breaking up. So I just pick up words and then try to answer.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Okay,
Sir.
no, it's fine. I mean, to better answer you, I need to understand. Okay.
My question is, I'm confused in the DNS thing of the ESXi server. On in the last class when we were installing, we were adding another hard disk, 100 GB. We were pointing the DNS server towards the server on which the browser was installed, through which the Firefox browser we were trying to access the VMs on the ESXi server. That DNS was pointing towards the server.
Yes,
Now,
the Windows server.
Yes. Now we are installing the
Active Directory and DNS.
Yes. So on that ESXi machine, the DNS has to be changed from the server towards the DC domain controller.
It should be. I mean, it's not necessary because most of the time ESXi doesn't need DNS, but it will be a good idea. You can go into DNS and now point it to your real Active Directory. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But hold on. Faz, your one Windows server, it is the same server where you installed Active Directory. It's not a different server, is it?
No, it's a different one.
So now you have two Windows servers?
Yes, sir. I made two different.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, that will, it won't use your lot of memory, but I mean, if you can manage it, how much memory do you have in your machine?
32 GB.
Okay, so then it can survive. Then you can have two different servers, one server just for the client, the other server is for Active Directory.
Now, what I will do is, for simplicity's sake, sir, I will install the DC now on the same server because it will be more complex.
That's fine. Or you can use your DC as a client machine. Just even just shut down the other Windows server, normal Windows server.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. So Zishan, you have just installed Active Directory and your machine is starting up.
Yes, sir.
So after that, what is your confusion?
Now, sir, all confusion resolved.
Excellent.
Because, sir, I was doing on the existing domain, sir. I mean, the first option. I was not making with the new forest, sir. That is the problem, sir. Now I have understood, sir. I'll make it everything, sir.
Excellent. So now, but your ESXi host has 12 GB of memory?
Yeah, I'll show you, sir. This one? Yeah.
Yes.
So the
Oh yes,
13.
it is 13 GB of memory.
Yeah.
Excellent,
No.
excellent,
Yeah.
very good. So now you're set to go. What are your next
Yeah.
steps? Your next steps are, once it comes back, Windows
Okay.
Server, and
Yeah.
you need to go into DNS and create 2 A records. So let's do it.
Okay.
Let's go to your
Okay.
Windows Server. Okay,
Okay.
it is starting. So other
Yeah.
than Zishan, anyone else is stuck anywhere in the lab?
Sir, I have a question. Can you tell me like how to increase like RAM memory? You know.
Yes. Oh yes, yes. So Zishan, can you quickly unshare your machine so that uh,
Yeah,
Salim can share?
you can just show me like from your computer, no problem.
Oh, you're saying okay. I understand. You don't.
Yeah.
You cannot share
Sir,
your
should I
machine.
show it? Sir, should I show it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can show him. Dishan, you can show
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Yeah. So you stay on my machine, sir, and then we'll. So from here, like we have to do power mode off and then properties
Yeah.
and then
First of all, you need to shut
memory.
down. Yes.
Yeah,
Good.
memory, and then we can.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, my
Yeah,
system is not off. I have to make power off, and then editing.
yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and now we can move.
And also, you
And
need to add an extra disk as well.
so add extra disk we have to
Yeah,
add
yeah.
right from here.
Okay.
Oh,
Very
okay,
good.
thank you.
Very good.
That's it. Thank you.
So, Salim, how much memory do you have? Do you know in your laptop?
Like 500, sir.
That is the disk. So that's the disk. But how much
Yeah, 500
memory?
GB.
How much?
Like 16 GB RAM
16
memory.
GB. So
Yeah.
how would you manage it if it is all? Have you tried to increase the memory? Does it give you any error message?
Right now,
Okay, try
I don't
doing
know.
it. If it gives you an error
Yeah.
message, let me know, please.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Sir, did you see my performance of the machine, sir? It's
Uh,
100%. That's why.
Okay, it's fine. It is 100% because it is doing something. I mean, where are you seeing it's 100%?
So this line, now it's decreased, sir. Before it's a start 100%.
It's fine. It's fine. You know,
Yeah.
in the performance, if the CPU goes up and down
Yeah.
and then it goes to 90%, comes back, that is fine. But if it
Yeah.
stays on 90% for, let's say, more than 15, 20 minutes,
Yeah.
then it's a problem.
Yeah. Because, sir, this is like system issue because it's still applying computer settings. So,
No, it's not a system issue. First time when Active Directory is installed, it does take this much of time. It will come back. It will. It's
right.
just updating itself.
No problem.
Yeah, my
Okay.
memory is showing, sir, like 13.9 GB.
Excellent.
So it's okay.
Very good. Very good. That's very good.
Thank you.
So keep
Thank
an
you.
eye on everyone. Keep an eye on the steps. So
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
if you don't want to do the DNS settings, it's fine. You can directly start the installation right after this and use the IP address. So you can go into ESXi installer, start the setup, install, and where it asks for the ESXi name, instead of the name, just type the IP address of ESXi server. So that can start that first stage installation.
Thank you.
Adnan bhai, can you please add my email address in the VCE Google shared drive, please?
Okay, I'll just do that
Yeah.
now.
Yes, I just wrote it in the chat window.
Okay. And Human, how are we doing with the lab?
Adnan bhai,
Okay, Human, we cannot hear you.
Sir, now I'm on DNS.
Okay, very good.
can you hear me, Adnan bhai?
Now I can hear you, but your voice was missing. Yes, you can go ahead now.
Yeah, I just install Active Directory and set up the forest, and also I just updated the ESXi's virtual machine for the 12.1 for the RAM, and also I add the device 100 GB. I'm on that step.
Okay, very good, very good. That's good. Okay.
Sir,
So
Now I
yes,
have to make,
so first of all, you right click on reverse lookup zone,
yeah. New zone, sir.
new zone. Most of the things are default. Just move on, next, 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 and next. And here just give your subnet. So what is your network ID? So network ID is basically the first 3 octets of your IP address.
Okay. So 192.168 I think it's
You can go back to server manager and confirm. Leave it as is. Leave it open and just go to local server. And it's better to confirm.
yeah,
So yeah, it is
100,
100.
16.
So that's
Yeah.
good.
Right. So should I click the reverse lookup zone
No,
then?
nothing. Just default. Just go default and done. So this is how you create a reverse lookup zone. Nothing, you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
The only thing you need to do is to provide the subnet. Now the second thing is right click on 360cloud.local, not here, the other zone. So remember that in DNS, whatever starts with underscore, it's a system zone. We don't touch that
Yeah,
zone.
this one, sir.
So this
Okay.
one.
Sir, can you repeat step like reverse lookup zone?
Yes, reverse lookup zone. Can you show
Yeah.
that, Zishan, please?
Yeah.
This one and then this. And your first 3 octets, like whatever your IP 192.168.100, and then create this one.
Oh, okay.
And here, sir.
And here you just need to create a right click on your zone. Remember, Zishan and everyone, if you're looking at the screen, do not make any records in underscore zone. Can you remember what is the underscore zone? Okay, this zone. We don't need to do anything on this zone. Okay.
Yeah, this is always default, sir. We cannot do any changing in this.
You can do changes, but we don't do any changes.
Okay.
Okay. So right click on this zone and just say a record. And here, yes. So you need to provide the name of VCSA. So type 360 cloud.
Cloud.local.
No. Here,
Only
this is the name of VCSA. So 360 cloud VCSA.
VCSA, yeah.
01. VCSA 01.
And IP address, sir? 192.
192.168.100 in your case, 100.
So, sir, my domain name is Canaps. So
Yes.
I should put VC like Canaps.
Yes, you can start with Canaps VCSA 01.
Okay.
And sir, what the IP?
So IP address for this one is 40.
Add. No need to click this, sir.
No. Click the create associated PTR record. Oh, okay. Now you have to redo it again. So close this window. Close this. No, close this. And go back to the, no. First click on this. First click on 360cloud.local.
Yes, sir. Okay, sorry. This one?
No. Don't right click, just normal click.
Okay.
Yes. So here you can see that the record that you just created, right click on this and delete this.
Sir, I have a question here. Like the IP address which you entered in this A host, is this for the server or is that for the ESXi?
No,
machine?
that is for the vCenter server.
So this is something new.
This is something new. Yeah, this is the name of the VCSA server.
41, sir?
40. And Naveed, Zishan, can you go back to the name? Name. Hold on. In the name, fix the name. VCSA, not VSA.
Oh, sorry.
So VCSA and now create. Okay, that's done. So you can also, if you want, you can create another record for ESXi host.
Okay, here is.
Right click and go to a host. And everyone, the important point, so name it 360 cloud ESXi 01. ESXi01. So guys, can anyone tell me why are we creating this record? Why are we creating these records? And
For
IP
future use.
addresses, IP
Sir,
address.
if we will not create the record, we cannot communicate with the Windows Server 2016.
Exactly, we cannot. But also there is one more very important reason. Why haven't we created records for other servers? Why don't we create records for other servers? Guys, the reason is because all Windows server will automatically register themselves. But since these are Linux machines, that's why we have to create manual records. Otherwise, we don't have to go into DNS and do nothing in DNS.
Okay,
So
sir. So my deployment is 50% done.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Sir, what is the IP for this?
So IP for this is the IP of your ESXi host. What is the IP of your ESXi host?
I have to check, sir.
No, just click on ESXi host. Yes, the IP is right there, which is
70.
Excellent.
Yeah.
But here you provided a different name. Here the name of the server is pass, but we can change that name later on. For now, just go with
Should I change, sir? I will change it. Pass ESXi02, sir.
Okay, just do this. Yes.
Sir, once again, let me clear my confusion that in Zishan's machine, if you go back to ESXi02, then the IP is ending with 70.
Yes, right.
So he cannot use 70 here, like when he's creating a new A host record.
No, he can. It's just that you're creating a record for existing host. So in DNS, you can use the same IP because it is pointing to the same host.
Okay, got it.
So this is done. So pass ESXi01.
02, sir. 02, sir.
Okay,
yeah.
So this is 02. Add host, and that's done. So your now DNS work is finished. You don't have to do anything in DNS. Now you can go to the VCSA. Have you copied the VCSA on this server?
Yes, sir.
Can you hold for 1 minute, sir?
We can come to your machine as well if you want.
Yeah, I'm just following like Zishan.
Okay,
like.
Sure. Okay.
So I want to make sure like my
DNS records
ESXi like IP address.
Okay.
I want to make sure. So I have to turn on like a machine again, my ESXi, sir, or?
Yes. So once you increase the memory, you have to turn it on. Yes.
Oh, okay. So start F12.
Zishan, why are you going into the ESXi server?
Sir, for this one, for copying this, I thought you have to go with this server.
No. So go back to the Windows server. So
So I want
yes, you can save it. You can save the
so
password.
Here is the ISO.
This is the ISO for Windows server, but where is VCSA?
This is
So VCSA is right here. So all you need to do is right click on this and mount this. Right click and mount. So once it is mounted, you need to go to the last folder, which says VCSA. No, on this side, on the right side. Yes, on this, and then double click on Win32.
Right, sir.
Then in this, go down to installer. Double click on installer and start.
Sir, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So there's a big problem.
Yes.
You have used 360 ESXi01, where I have used pass ESXi01. Is it
Sir, server name pass EXI02?
Yes. So this is the ESXi host. Yes. So Ashar asked the question, DHCP takes care of it, DNS takes care of it. Okay, so you replied to the Naveed's, no.
Sir?
So my question was, there was a name problem. You have used 360 ESXi01, where I have used PASS ESXi01. Is it going to have a problem in the future with the naming convention?
You know, if you can, for your home lab, follow strictly the home lab. I mean, yes, for now you're going with different names here.
So should I go ahead and delete everything and do it as what you have done, like follow
So
your?
if you can delete everything and do exactly how I provided in the lab, that will be excellent because that will be easier for your troubleshooting. Zishan, you need to
Sir,
enter
yeah.
full name of your server. So pass
Sir, I have a
ESXi02 dot
Okay.
360
Dot
cloud dot local.
Sir, I
360.
have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Some my machine is showing a ESXi is a no compatible network adapter found. Please consult the product hardware compatibility guide. It's showing like my memory is a 13 GB is like not
Okay.
compatible.
Okay, just hold on. I will check that out. Just a
So I have to
second.
decrease it a little bit.
Try to
Shut
do.
down.
Yeah. First of all, shut this down. But you're
Sure.
saying you have a network issue.
Sir, problem?
So Zishan, go with IP address, please. Go with
IP address.
no
Sir,
no no
I'm
no
going
no no
with the.
no. Hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Here you don't need to provide IP address. This is the username. Just say root.
Okay.
Now
Okay, then
try it.
password.
Try it. So it's good. So your DNS is working fine. Here
Yes, sir.
you need to provide a name, and Salim, I will just check your machine. We'll try
Yeah,
to
sure.
fix it.
Sorry, Hassan,
Set.
I have a
Yes,
Sir,
please go
password.
ahead.
Should I confirm? Generate the password, sir. Set
Yes,
root password.
yes. Set a root password. So normal password that you use.
Hassan, what's
Okay.
the name of the AAZ 360 cloud?
What is the name of what?
When we create the A zone 360 cloud VMSR.
The name of the VCSA 360 Cloud VCSA 01.
Sorry, again, VC.
VCSA 01. Hold on, Zishan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the vCenter name, type 360 Cloud VCSA 01. Yeah, remove this.
Okay.
Remove this.
360 cloud
01.
01.
No, VCSA 01. VCSA 01.
Adnan, after this step, what we have to do?
Just select tiny and the deployment size. Zishan, you'll have to type, I think, full name. No. Okay, your password. Select. So after this step, Human, just select tiny installation and next. And also select thin provisioning.
How can I go with tiny?
Zishan, have exclamation or any symbol at the end or something.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Now I am in the tiny.
Okay, so here just press next. You don't have to select anything. And in here, select the disk is already selected. Just enable thin provisioning. No, not this one. Yes, and next. So you don't have to do anything here. And in here, you need to provide the IP address of the VCSA. So type in the IP address 192.168.40.40. Your
My
VCS.
is 70, sir.
No, 70 is your ESXi
Okay, the
host.
new. Oh, okay, sorry, the
The
new
new
IP.
VM. The new VM.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, sir.
Subnet mask 255.255.255.0.
Yeah.
So remove 15 from the first one.
And sir, gateway.
And gateway is 192.168.100.2. And I think that's it. So next and finish. Okay, so now it is starting the first stage. But unfortunately,
Mhm.
Zishan, you'll have
Yes,
to
sir.
recreate this lab. You'll have to remove
Sure,
this
sure.
lab and you'll have to
Definitely, sir.
recreate it according to the lab that I provided because I need everyone on the same page with the same name and same IP addresses, everything.
For sure, 100%, sir.
Okay. So
Adnan,
I
before,
will do it, sir.
yes, so
Adnan,
yes.
could you please just show me how can I go to the T canteen?
How can you go to?
T canteen. You told me after a record.
Yes, on the data store. If are you on the data store? Can you share your screen? So I think Zishan, you can unshare
Yeah,
your.
sir. I'm okay, sir. Thank you
Okay,
very much,
good.
sir.
You're
Thanks,
most
sir.
welcome.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, and you can share your machine. And Salim, if you
Yeah.
don't, can you cannot share on here in Zoom, right?
Yeah.
So
No,
I
I
can.
cannot share, sir.
Okay, so it's fine. I can connect through TeamViewer.
Okay. Sure.
So in the meantime, Human, can you share your screen and show me where you are? Okay.
I did.
Okay. So you're on ESX. Yes, on this. Okay,
And I did this
Human,
one
you
too.
haven't started the VCSA installation. So
Oh.
you made a VCSA record and
Sorry. This one I have to command.
right click and mount. Yes, hold on. And Salim, I'm opening TeamViewer.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, go to this one UI installer and go to Win32. What is your ID? 3974667. Yeah, double click
Yeah.
Human on this.
And my password is a Q.
Okay,
Q
just
for
a
Queen.
second. Q.
Yeah. T for Tango.
Mm-hmm.
X for X-ray. 197.
197.
Yeah.
So double click on, you have double clicked on installer?
I did already.
Okay, so on, Salim, can you show me where
Yeah.
your problem is? Just a second, Homan, it's coming out now.
So this one is showing like a no compatible network adapter found.
It's a network issue.
Oh,
It's
I
showing
see.
a network issue, not your memory issue.
Oh,
Just a
okay,
second,
okay.
it's saying no compatible network adapter found because please consult your product hardware for the list. And before changing the memory, it was not this case.
No.
It was working fine. So
Yeah.
hold on.
Deploy at number
I
or-
delete the like some disk, you know, so that's a
Oh,
happen.
you deleted the network card. So right click on this,
Yeah.
Human. Just let me, yes. So Human, click next on this. Go to the settings, Salim. Can you go to the settings of this VM?
Yeah, yeah.
We need to add a network card. So in here, Human, yes, you don't have a network card, Salim. Click add.
Yeah.
And Human, can you type here?
Which IP address I have to put?
Yes, 192 is the IP address of your ESXi1 where you have the disk available. And no, yeah, just provide the IP address and type root and the password. And Salim, in your case, click add on this. And select network card. Select the network adapter. Yes, select network adapter where your mouse is.
Yeah.
And then click finish. But why did you deleted the network card?
Or by mistakenly, you know,
Okay.
like I added like 100 GB, 80 GB, then
Okay,
like,
okay. So by mistake it was deleted.
Yeah, by
It's
mistake
fine.
it happened.
So now you'll have to set up the IP address as well. You know how to set up an IP address. So restart this ESXi host, just reset. Just right click on the
Yeah,
ESXi host and say reset.
yeah. F12, right?
I have to keep the name like that.
No. Provide a name for this ESXi. Say 360 Cloud VCSA 01. So Salim, are you right-clicking on the ESXi host?
Yeah.
So just go to power and reset.
My VCSR01.
VCSA 01. So in this case, just say reset. Reset is there.
Reset.
Yes. Excellent. So that's good. Your password is not matching, Human. Human, just provide maybe P capital password 1 exclamation.
So after this, can you have a look at my machine?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, so here it's saying on this ESXi host, you cannot even have any type of deployment. Why? Because probably the ESXi host doesn't have proper memory. So can you show me the setting of your ESXi host? This has 12.1. So 12.1 is not enough. Increase 1 more GB. Make it 13 GB.
I think it doesn't go through.
It doesn't go through for 13?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Shut down. First of all, you need to shut down. Okay, Salim, now can you show me your ESXi host? How is it going, your ESXi host?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it is back. Is it the right IP address? 192.168.10.60? It's fine.
Oh
It's
no,
okay.
I'm putting it wrong. Yeah, 60.
Okay. So in here, 13th, yes.
And then how I can set up for the 13?
It is already set up for 13.
Because it's 13.9 right now.
You just divide, multiply 1024 into 13.
No, you don't have to do that calculation. Hold on. So just say 13 point something, and there is a disk. It's fine. You're good. You're good.
But I get error.
No, so don't go more than what is the size? Okay, hold on. It's saying but 12.1 won't work for you.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Let's go.
Try 12.5 or something. So Zishan, on your machine, what are you doing? So you created two A host record. One is CanF VCSA. The other one is ESXi. It's fine. So done. And now copy the ISO on this. So have you copied the ISO VCSA?
I think so. This one I don't know, sir. I'm not sure.
Okay, so so minimize everything on this. Minimize the everything in this server. Yes. So you haven't copied this. So go to the ISOs where you've downloaded and then drag it here on this.
Oh, okay.
Sir, can I ask you something?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so stage one has been successfully done. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now the second stage, I am at the point number 3 where SSO configuration, where I assign the domain name and the administrator password as well. There is an option, it says join an existing SSO domain. Should I check mark on this one or not?
No. Just hold on. From here, you need to go carefully. You need to go through this. If you go with the wrong setting, then you'll have to redo everything. Okay.
Okay.
So I would say at this point, since everyone is trying to install on stage one, I think you should pause your screen and then continue
Then wait.
and then wait for my video. So I will share with
Okay.
you the video and also
Okay.
take a snapshot of all your VMs so that in case if something goes wrong, you can always revert back to stage one.
Okay. Okay. Will do.
Okay.
Adnan bhai, finish.
Yes.
Sir,
Sorry.
I have here.
Is that finish?
Who is asking that?
Yes, sir. I have a question here.
Okay, hold on. I'm working with three guys here. So who is working? If you have a quick question, quickly, Alamgir, what is your quick question?
Yes, sir. Like if you do not have any gateway, so
Right.
like you can put any gateway here. And second, what IP addresses you put here? You know, like just for the EXI hosts or like
Where in the gateway?
no, in the gateway definitely it's always one, right? Mostly,
Sometime
right?
it is one, sometime two.
Okay, so one or two, but there are two like there are like two places where you put IP addresses. On one like first place you put definitely EXI host IP address, right? But
Right.
there's another, you know, I think third step. So in that step, which IP address you put?
Yes, that's the IP address of the new VCSA appliance.
Okay.
Okay. So Human, on your screen, you have ESXi and you have 13 GB of memory. It's working fine. Go to the server and copy the ISO. And on Salim's screen, Salim, you haven't downloaded the ISO for VCSA. Go to the Google Drive. Go to Google Drive. So
Is that right?
yeah,
Adnan bhai, I have to go.
yes,
go
yes,
back.
Human, it seems okay. It seems okay. Go to next. What is 60? 60 is your ESXi host?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, there you're installing it. So Salim, you can go to the drive where we have all our video class videos and this and that. So do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I installed already, sir, but let me find which drive.
You can in the address bar up there, just type drive and it will take it
okay.
from the memory.
Okay.
So on your mouse is not working. Okay. No, not here. In the Internet Explorer. In the Internet
Okay.
Explorer. So Human, yes, that is fine. 360 VCSA01 and the password and next. Okay, so somehow there is a problem. It's saying the problem occurred while reading the OVA file. Human, there is something wrong with your, it seems like there is something wrong with your ISO file. Human, why do you have this huge big screen on this side? So can you decrease the screen? I mean, this is, yes, that's good. So now you have a full screen. Now in here, so minimize this and show me the size of VCSA. So VCSA, go back. Yes, size of VCSA. This is 6.42 GB. Is this the same size of the? Because it's not reading it properly. So, and Salim, where is that folder? Where is that folder? Shared with me. Go down. There is no folder for VCE. Go down. This one.
This one?
No, go down. I think this one, VMware vSphere.
Yeah.
Now in here, there are these ISOs. You need to copy this one. On the second line, third one.
So this one.
Yes. So copy it on your desktop first, and then onto the server. So first download this. Download. So Human, I think there is a problem with your VCSA. You need to again download this, and then
Okay.
first of all, let's check the size of this in the drive.
Mamba, quick question. So do
Yes,
we need
please
to
go ahead.
SSO in stage 2? Do we need to make a new SSO?
Yes, we do need to do that configuration. I would say take a snapshot of your existing environment with stage 1 and stop here till I
Okay.
send you the video. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, then you'll have to recreate the complete environment. I mean, you'll have to delete the server, recreate everything again. So I'm suggesting just stop here, just call it a night. And
Okay, makes sense.
okay,
Good, thank you.
you're welcome. So download anyways, Salim, just click on download and
Yeah,
click on download anyways. Oh, there are so many downloads going on. So look at the bottom, Salim.
Oh,
So right click on one of
Oh.
them, cancel. Just cancel all of them. Just leave one of them. Cancel, cancel. The other one cancel too. Just leave one of them so that. Okay.
Oh,
So. So Human, is it done?
For me, Adnan, do you want to unshare it? Because I have to download it. It's take a time.
Yes, please. You can unshare and download and do it. Guys, everyone, you need to follow the videos. I've shared with you the link. Please recreate the complete environment based on exactly the name that I have and the IP addresses.
Adnan, do you have time after this call? Just 2 minutes?
Yes, maybe just 2 minutes. Just quick 2 minutes because I have to go out.
Yeah, but I gonna say I gonna call you or whatever.
Yes. So once we finish this, then we can talk for 2 minutes.
So I need the VCP player, sir.
Okay, just hold on. Yes, I'll take your question. Just hold on. Salim,
Yeah.
so once it is downloaded, as you can see, the last one is being downloaded, okay?
Yeah.
This is about 6 GB. This will take time. Do you know what to do next? So you all need to follow the videos. Okay,
Okay,
so
sure.
in the videos,
Yeah.
I've shared everything. Just recreate the environment following the video, and then just once done.
Question, please, here.
Sorry. Okay. So Zishan, Salim, I'm going to disconnect from your machine. Okay.
Yeah. No problem,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
And yes, Alamgir, what is your question? Alamgir, are you here? Okay. Faz, what is your question?
My question is, sir, I've already installed it, sir.
Sorry?
I've already installed. I'm waiting for the stage 2, which I'll follow your video. But for the time being, I want to prepare for the certification exam. I need a VC player, sir.
Yes, sir.
Alamgir, we cannot hear you. Your sound is off. Faz, you need a VCE player.
Yes, sir.
Faz, I think you need to buy it. I think, I don't know people how they are getting it. Anyone here bought the VCE player?
Yeah,
Yes.
I bought it $180.
So what is the best way to buy it? You bought it in sharing with each other, or?
Yeah,
No,
I shared with the Zishan.
Can I?
But Adnan, if you go to the website, they have 30 or 40% discount. Yeah, first of all, go to the VC and check it, because if you have a discount, it's gonna be around $100.
I bought it online.
Okay. And you all have VCE player. Anyone wants to share with Faz?
Yeah, I can.
Salim bhai, for how many users you bought for $180?
Like for 2.
Only for 2?
Me and Zishan, we shared, like, you know.
Okay, that's fine. As long as it's for 2, I know third one cannot join.
We have like for 6 months.
Faz, contact me. The reason is mine and Alamgir bhai is going to be finished soon. So we can buy a license of 3 together.
Okay.
And how much is 3?
I think for 2 I paid $100 or $90 for 3 months.
Yeah, you're right.
And then now we will go for 3, so I'll buy for another 6 months, and we will share.
For 6 months, $180 US, like Canadian.
Yeah.
How much money? $160.
180 Canadian.
Okay.
No, you guys
For 6
sharing
months.
is divided to 3.
Yeah, and I divided like I divided for 2, like me and Zishan.
Guys, can
They give whenever you buy, there are options. They give you according to the number of user or number of computers. But keep in mind, you cannot switch your computer with your user. Once it's in your computer, it's in your computer. You cannot use any your brother, sister, or siblings' computers.
Only 2 people can share, like, you know.
Yes.
Have you guys tried installing that in a VM and then sharing that VM, complete VM?
No.
I don't know. It might not work because it always connects to internet.
Not by that would have been a really good idea before everybody bought it, you know.
But I think it won't work because every time when you connect, it always goes to the internet and check. So I think it might not work, or maybe it might work. So Ashish, please try it.
Yeah, possibly. Because I mean, it's just pretty much an image that copies, right? So the MAC address and everything would be like identical, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So do you remember there's a player called VCE Player, VCE Plus, Player Plus?
Yeah, there used to be a player. There used to be a player, but I think that might not work. That might. This is a player you guys are working with. Okay. Alamgir is trying to ask a question for a long time, but his voice is not going through. Alamgir, are you here? Okay, Alamgir is not here. Okay, guys, so my request to everyone is there are 4 videos and there will be a 5th video today as well. Please make the infrastructure according to how I have made it, because this will be easier for us all to troubleshoot with each other. If we all have different IP addresses, different names, different password, then it will be difficult to explain it to everyone. So everyone will be on the same infrastructure. It will be better for everyone. Okay.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Thank you. This is it for tonight.
Okay, Allah Hafiz. Thank you,
we
sir.
will continue in the next lecture.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank
Bye.
you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Alamgir, you may ask a question.
I'm so sorry, sir. Actually, I think my internet is acting. So I was not here for 5 minutes. I ask you one question. Once like you are done the first step, how can you review your settings?
So once you are done with the first step, how can you review your setting? It's right at the end before it starts installing. Homan, can you? I'll call you back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Adnan. Bye. Allah Hafiz. I'm
Okay,
leaving
thank
now.
you.
See you
Thank
next
you.
class.
See you
Take care.
in the next class.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Alamgir, so when you complete the stage 1, when you complete stage 1, at the end, it shows you the summary. And in that summary,
I can't see it, sir. Like if I cancel it, so will I be able to go to the second step, or like I have to restart?
if you cancel it, if you're there, just share your screen. Share your screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
Oh, you're on stage 2. Don't go any further. Just
so yeah, my point was this, that like I just I put some random like IP addresses, and because I have a different addresses on these like servers and EXI hosts. So I just put it. So I just want to check my settings. So how can I check my
hold
initial?
on, hold on. You're telling me that you've already completed the stage 2?
Uh, no, not two. Like I just installed the VCSA.
Okay, so that's fine. Your stage 1 is fine. Your stage 1 is finished. So now you're saying that you want to review the setting of stage 1?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, you cannot. You cannot. You have to. I mean, once stage 2 is finished, then you can either reinstall everything, or you can start fresh from stage 1. Then you can remember. Otherwise, you can take a screenshot of the preview. Now, why am I saying you cannot see that? Because the installation is still in the middle. So you can see everything once stage 2 is finished.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So there are
but
two stages, right?
but in stage 1 there was nothing. I mean, there was an IP address for ESXi host, and there was a new IP address for VCSA. Other than that, there was nothing new in that.
Okay, then it's okay. So I should
Okay.
stop.
Yeah, I think you should stop here and maybe suspend all of the machines, and because you all need to create the labs according to my videos with the
Sure.
names and IP addresses.
Oh, okay.
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 Okay. Very good. See you
Thank
inshallah
you.
in the next class. Thank
Inshallah.
you.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Khuda Hafiz.
Hafiz.